hockey.
No
But
shot.
that's why I'm saying, if you got a guy like Embiid who's so big.
He'd play 10 games and be done for the year.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, so we're not making Embiid a flyer.
No.
Pat, anything?
No, but we're making the Sixers St. Louis's new team.
I would love
Congratulations,
that.
Michelle.
But Pat, I will tell you, as someone who's seen their team hoist the cup, it is the most unbelievable feeling you'll ever
It's
have.
the best trophy in sports, and I want to see my team lift it.
Great.
What if you do it twice in a row?
Woo.
With a chance at a third. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program by watching it at youtube.com/TMASTL, where Paranormal Paul and Jake Reynolds are holding court with John Scores and the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer already in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Yeah, it's fun that they're waiting for us, Doug, and here we are.
Paranormal Paul, is he new?
I feel like he joined it within the last few weeks, yeah.
Really? So he's got some sort of special powers?
That's correct.
He'd be interesting to talk to.
Paranormal Paul, you can call in with your stories of powers that go beyond this dimension.
Yeah.
314-974-0101. Callie and Thompson phone lines. Then you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox, which is 314-399-9646. And you have the Stiefel dossier, which tells us that Steven Matz is going to be with us at 9:30, Doug.
All right.
Part of the Team Wayno.
That's correct. He is part of the Wainwright team. And, Doug, it is a Wednesday in St. Louis, Missouri, June 18th, 2025, and it's a Sadie Hawkins. The Cardinals go to the south side of Chicago and defeat the Chicago White Sox. The Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. Sophie Cunningham defends Caitlin Clark's honor in a scrap in the WNBA. Jackson's going to get you ready for the Thunder and the Pacers, Game 6.
Are we counting down to Thursday night, Jackie?
Counting down, not necessarily counting down,
Okay.
but always getting people ready.
You can never go wrong with "We'll get you ready."
That's the
Because without us,
it's the staple of every pregame show. All right, welcome in. We're about 40 minutes till first pitch. We're going to get you ready here.
keys to victory.
Wow, and I guess we have another story that could be Doug's lead for this Sadie Hawkins. Jackson is looking at porn. I see it on YouTube. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. So you're using one of your many computers.
Yeah, this is the image that's been open the entirety of the program. You can see right there.
It's like Rafael Devers.
It's an athletic article about Rafael Devers.
So you would
Baseball
like to
porn.
reject that premise.
I would. He looks good in the Giants uniform.
Why would someone write that in?
Depraved.
Nothing is safe these days.
All right.
You do an interview, Doug. You ever go down to Mazialik's office, and he would be sitting in front of his computer, and he's like, "Oh, better close this out." You never know, because people will zoom in. Oh, I see you want to draft that kid from North Carolina. Oh, okay.
Right.
How the hell do you submit an email today? That's from Johnny Stibles.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com.
Nice job, Jackson. Doug,
All right.
I've given you enough time. It's now the moment. What is the lead
let's go,
on
Doug.
Sadie Hawkins?
I believe it's the Stanley Cup. Anytime you crown a champion in a major sport, I think
See
that
how
would
you
be
feel
the
on
lead.
Friday morning.
I think that tops a win over the Pale Hose.
Well, congratulations to Matthew Tkachuk. Walter and Brady were sitting next to each other last night. I'm assuming Chantal was nearby,
She
Martin.
was, yeah.
But Walter was wearing his O.B. Clark's hat, and he got to see his son hoist the chalice back-to-back years. I can't wait to hear the injuries he had as he got through the long Stanley Cup postseason and hoisted the chalice.
Torn abductor.
Oh, that we have it.
He did that one on an interview with Darren Pang after the game.
God bless
I have
America.
the audio.
No, let's take a look. I saw him on with what's her Jackie, not Papers.
Redmond?
Thank you. And she was kind of asking, and he wasn't giving anything. All right, let's take a listen.
Do you think the average fan has any idea what you went through, and what did you go through?
I tore my adductor off the bone, and then had some hernia thing, and all on the same side, and wanted to throw in the towel a bunch of times. I'm sure I got to thank a lot of people, for getting me healthy enough. I'm sure I wasn't the easiest to deal with. My fiance did a great job at the house on days where I probably wasn't in the best mood coming to the rink. The trainers, maybe when I wasn't in the best mood, when I was in pain. I just owe them so much, the doctors. And I really didn't think I'd be playing, or at least playing to my capabilities. So the longer the playoffs went, the better I felt. And I owe that to the guys for giving me some wiggle room to feel good.
Oh, you hear that little slapper?
I did. Yeah, it's nice.
Jackie was real quick with that reporter's last name. I see you, bud. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
What?
I don't know, but you're taking shrapnel early.
Did I say something about a reporter? I said I was looking at a Rafael Devers story.
Yeah.
I was the one who knew the last name.
Am I on the wrong channel or something?
The wrong channel. Well, we've been known to broadcast two things at once around here. The ESPN mothership as well as this show. Just so you have choices. Torn abductor.
Adductor.
This says
ABD.
abductor. Any of the muscles that cause movement of a limb away from the midplane of the body or away from the neighboring part or limb.
Do you think the average fan has any idea what you went through and what did you go through?
I tore my adductor off the bone.
Adductor.
That's what he said, but it's actually an
ABD.
abductor.
It's ABD.
I'm reading that the adductor muscle.
What is that?
I'm on NHL.com, and I have to side with papers. It's NHL.com is an adductor. Doug, as you know, most hospitals play this show throughout the building. So if a doctor could call in, 314-974-0101, step away from life-saving surgery to call into the Nitwit Hour.
I assumed he was saying abductor.
I thought so too, but
I can't find. Now it came up on my computer, medical porn. It came up in Spanish as adductor.
I got a group of muscles located on the inner thigh that primarily bring the legs together.
Yeah, that's what I am reading as well.
So it's two different parts.
Crucial role in
of the body.
stabilizing the pelvis and trunk during
You have Kachuk playing with an injury, and you have NBA players wanting to sit with the Whittle calf strain. That's from the 618.
Calf
Doug,
strain.
we haven't even gotten to that pale hose win, and they're already going after the NBA.
Tyrese Halliburton also planning to play, if that means anything.
But he ripped it clear off the bone right there in his pelvis area. It's a wonder you could even stand up.
It was 2 years ago when they lost to Vegas. Remember how injured he was? I think he missed a game in the finals. But I forget what the injury was. Mm-hmm. But everybody was like, God, what does he have? He was just like, still just limping around. He's third straight year going all the way through. I know he's a young guy.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a run in terms of extra hockey.
Guys, let's maybe not take biology lessons from a CBC and a Kirkwood. That's from Arbor Day, who won Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024.
We're all just from Ladue.
We're all just reading. Like it's just,
the medical knowledge of this crew is only as good as their fingertips.
Well, Doug and I could have gone to medical school, but we wanted to really practice this craft and get exposure.
I did for 4 years. It was doing my residency and just kind of gave it up for talk radio.
Local television.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I have...
Even through all that, I'd never heard of an adductor muscle.
I think I have clarity for you, Doug. Abductors and adductors are opposing muscle groups in the legs. Mm-hmm. Abductors move limbs away from the body's midline, while adductors move limbs towards the midline. Does that help? Think of it.
I guess, just as you move away.
Think of abductors as moving your legs apart, like a jumping jack, and adductors as bringing them back together. There you go. AI is taking over not only this world, but now this show.
I imagine that might be a rather common injury among ice skaters, because sometimes, you lose footing and your legs go... Is it
akimbo?
You go legs akimbo, stretching in areas where they've never really stretched before as you fall or lose control.
Wait.
Akimbo.
Legs, he should have just told Darren Pang, my legs were akimbo.
In
and
the
we
Four
would have all
Nations.
understood it. Doggone it.
He had a leg injury, Doug. He had a leg injury. Played through it. Big Walt alert. God, I don't know how early. I think we got to take a run at Walt today and say, call in, big fella.
Might as well. There is a chance he's still up at the elbow room in Lottie Dottie.
Here we go.
I work at St. Louis University Hospital in imaging services, and I can confirm that this show is blasted overhead throughout the whole hospital. So there you go, Doug. That's the 314 confirming that at least one local hospital plays this show throughout the building.
Well, it's a learning opportunity for the physicians.
Yeah.
And it's a service we provide.
How panicked would you be if they give you the anesthesia and as you're fading in and out, you hear this program playing throughout an operating room?
I've gone under a few times, Doug. I feel like we talked about this. You've gone under.
Sure.
Martin, have you gone under a few times?
I think I've ever gone. Well,
really?
colonoscopy? They knock you out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, easy.
And you didn't want to be knocked out, did you?
No. What are you doing over
bad
there?
boys.
Just relax. Just relax.
But I've noticed, because I've been under multiple times, and there's some anesthesiologists who enjoy holding a conversation, and then I guess there's something that they can see the split second before you go under, and sometimes they go, okay, good night. Like I'm holding the conversation.
Really?
Like, okay, good night.
They can trigger it just like that.
Okay, good night.
It's like the guy at Six Flags who like says something sassy and then hits the button. You go flying.
Yeah, same income bracket.
I think I told you when I went in for my heart ablation, they're putting the anesthesia on my face, and I'm just about out, and the anesthesia is an Indian fella, and he leans over me, so his face is right by mine. I'm just about to lose it, and he says, I like Doug Unplugged. And then I was out.
The last words.
Yeah, it's the last thing I heard.
Well, if you hadn't made it through surgery, at least you would have felt good about your career.
I guess so, yeah.
On the way out.
Yeah.
The craziest thing, if your kids ever have to, Carson broke his arm and had to go under, and when he came out of it, he was still hopped up on whatever they gave him.
Oh, wow.
And he was like speaking in tongues, but he was kind of doing comedy.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
And the nurse is putting the thing under his nose, like the breathing. He said, come on, lady. I don't need no binky. Get out of here. He was speaking a language I'd never heard, but he was doing material. We started recording it. It was a sight to see.
But isn't anesthesia just wonderful? How you go in there in pain and you just kind of go to sleep and you wake up and you felt nothing and it's all over?
And then
As
you get
opposed
home.
to 150 years ago in the Civil War, they were cutting your legs off with a hacksaw.
Yeah.
Bite down on a piece of wood.
Whiskey in a towel.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
You can send in your experiences as a physician at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Already 139 people just sitting there, Doug, talking it over and watching the program and enjoying the festivities. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra is only worth it if you enjoy it. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Martin, I thought today we were going to have a rough conditions, but now it looks like it might wind up being a lovely day if you want to go out and compress that golf ball. Got to hit down, Doug. Got to hit down on the ball, then turf. All right.
I think most days around here, just hang tight. Don't cancel any plans ahead of time, because it does seem we have what Dave Murray would call changeable skies.
I like that. Changeable
skies. And I always thought that was a good out. We've got some changeable skies, so it might be nice.
So if you want to be outside and enjoy some festivities, Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. You're welcome to call into the program as well, 314-974-0101, and participate in the program that way as well. Cardinals defeating the Pale Hose last night, and the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. Doug, trivia question for you.
Okay.
How many times has a team lost in the Stanley Cup final in back-to-back years since the expansion era of 1968?
Well, the Blues did it twice. They lost 3 in a row. So I know
we're going to count that as one for the purpose of our trivia question.
I'll say 3 times. Wild guess.
Now it is 3 times with Edmonton. And the mid-'70s, late 70s Bruins lost back-to-back years. But other than that, kind of surprising to me that it has only happened going back to the Blues and the beginning of the franchise, and the Bruins in the 70s, and now the Oil in back-to-back years. Connor McDavid coming up short. This is what he had to say following last night's loss to the Panthers.
Lost to a really good team. Nobody quit. Nobody threw the towel in. They're a heck of a team. You know, they're the Stanley Cup champions back-to-back for a reason.
What's the difference in the series?
I mean, obviously their forecheck was great. They tilted the rink. They were able to kind of stay on top of us all over the place. Never really able to generate any momentum up the ice. You know, we kept trying the same thing over and over again, just banging our heads against the wall. So credit to them.
How will you explain that to your kids?
I can't. I won't go home just to avoid that awkward situation.
Where will you go?
I'll just drive around. I don't know. Maybe Lone Elk
Silver
Park.
alert.
Lone Elk Park. Florida is just so deep. I mean, everyone on the roster is just so darn good. They don't maybe have the superstar level players of McDavid and Draisaitl, but everyone they put out there seems like just a top of the line player.
Bernie Federko called it. Remember
He sure
that?
did.
We thought they were done.
Down 2-0 to the Leafs. Martin opened up things, and he's still like the Panthers.
Down 2-0 and trailing by 2 goals in the next game.
Yep.
That's what a razor-thin margin it is. But, boy, they sure look good in this series. And Skinner not so great with Edmonton in goal.
That was rough.
Since Bernie made that proclamation, by the way, they've gone 12-4.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good playoff
Well, 2 of those losses at least were in overtime. Is that right? They went 12-4 since
Yeah, and the 2 losses in the Stanley Cup
they had to have
final.
won 16 games.
But, I mean, since he made that, they were down. They had already won 4.
They had already won 4 when they
Well, I mean, they had won their first round. When he said it, they were down 2-0 in the second round.
Got it.
And
to the Leafs.
And since he said that, they've gone 12-4.
Unbelievable. And you're right. The depth is what separates them from Edmonton. And anecdote, I don't know if this was Kenny Albert or if this was Steve Levy last night on SportsCenter. I can't recall, but I recall the anecdote being talked about in the celebration that in the, I think it might have been Gretzky, now that I think about it, on the postgame, talking about how he's down there a good amount and got to know those guys. Number one, he's just like, this team is so good. And then secondarily, that I saw the guys in mid-March, they're a month out from the beginning of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they weren't in first place. They didn't finish in first place, but they didn't care whether they finished first, second, or third. It didn't matter. Their goal was to get ready for the postseason. And I think you're seeing more and more teams do that, in particular in the NBA, and I think we're starting to see it going on in baseball. But to me, I would circle the Los Angeles Dodgers as an example of that. What does it matter? Nobody really gives a damn. And in baseball, you can win your division and still play a best-of-3 series. So you're going to have to go through a best-of-7. Make sure you're healthy as opposed to prioritize a regular season trophy. The Winnipeg Jets, sure, they beat the Blues after the 1.6, but they lost to the Stars. Stars lost to the Oilers. Oilers lost to the Panthers, and that's what being the regular season best gets you. So the Panthers prioritized the postseason, did everything they could to get their guys as healthy as possible. Matthew Tkachuk and his...
No, don't even try.
Adductor?
Yeah.
What do you think Big Walt's take? I don't know. Jesus, who cares?
Dirtbag. What are you asking me that?
Just play.
And they were able to deliver. Now, they will have quite a little spot because the Conn Smythe winner is a free agent here, in 2 weeks. But my guess is they will find a way to make it work for him to stay in Sunrise.
Not a future Blue. I think Jamie Rivers pegged him a while ago to come here. Would be nice.
Yeah, if you're him, you'd probably be hard-pressed to leave the situation he's in.
Yeah.
To live in South Florida and be on the best team in the league and not pay state income taxes.
I was talking to Isaac Bruce this weekend at his event, and we were talking about the Dolphins and the marketplace, the Marlins not really being on the rate. He said, man, the hockey's huge down there. So it's a market that for a long time the NHL would try and go to those sunny places and just make it work. You got a winning team like that. If you were a player, wouldn't you stay, find a way to stay on that team?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to predict where it's going to work, I think. Who would have thought hockey would be huge in Miami and Tampa and Dallas? It's big in Dallas and not work at all really in Phoenix.
Bad ownership, but yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to figure.
That's why they're going to Houston and Atlanta?
I guess.
It worked so well the last time?
And we'd say it's huge. Those are also very good teams. That's got a lot to do with it.
Multiple championships for a St. Louis kid product that Andy Russell always gets mentioned, right? Pride of Ladue?
In Hoke, Signo Incas.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Down at
Zaza.
Are they on campus or off campus? Are they suspended?
It's like Hallie's comment.
I think they're back.
They're back.
Thanks.
Andy Russell won 4, Doug. Does that sound right? 4 of those.
Steelers?
Was he there for all 4? Kachuk's got 2. Bill Bradley, friend of the show, has got 2.
Yeah.
Championships.
Tatum, 1.
He's got 1 for now.
Easy Ed McCauley, 1.
At least 1, right? Yeah.
58 Hawks.
Yogi Berra is mentioned quickly by Manute Bol eligible.
Yeah.
That would
Yogi Berra would have
probably
had
be
5 or
the
6.
most.
Jackie
yes.
Joyner-Kersee with 10 championships across the Olympics and World Championships.
Okay. All right. Are you on Olympic porn over there?
I'm just I was curious that topic made me curious.
But for team sports, it's got to be Yogi, right?
Yeah, I can't imagine because with both player and manager.
Count Jimmy Connors over there from the Metro East.
Now you got me looking up World Series championships for Yogi Berra. Oh.
I think it's 10, is it not?
He won 13 as a player and manager.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as a player.
10 as a player.
Okay, thank you.
Don't forget Joey Chestnut. It's from Dale and Grubville.
He's not from here, is he?
From Afton?
He isn't.
You guys want to take a guess where Joey Chestnut's from?
Where LeBron went to Oakland?
West Coast.
I thought he was East.
This
I
is
didn't know.
goofy.
California.
Yeah, he's from. Yeah.
Nice, Doug.
Oh, yeah. That was easy.
He went
3
to
states to choose from. You shipped it.
He went to
the
San
biggest
Jose
one.
State. He went to San Jose State.
That's
not
fine.
from St. Louis.
Majored in eating?
He set the world record. His first world record for eating was 32 and a half grilled cheese sandwiches in 10 minutes.
I feel like we've got to have a listener that could top that.
He got
Mike Shannon
suspended.
and Patty Maroon.
Yeah, they've won him.
Patty
Big
Maroon's got
Irish
3 chalices.
And Big Irish got 2?
JoJo White.
Oh, yeah.
You got
the
a
great
couple
JoJo
with
White.
the Celtics.
Is he McKinley, Doug?
I think that's right, yeah.
Jason Tatum in that, what is that called, Jackson, that Bill Simmons did? The series on HBO Max?
Celtic City?
Celtic City.
Yeah.
They, Jason Tatum said he was my guy because he's a St. Louisan. And, yeah, you talk to guys like Earl Austin Martin, he'll rave about JoJo White.
Patrick McCaw, someone pointed that out. He won 3 straight.
He did.
There we
Raptors
go.
and Warriors. Yeah. CBC. Fire up.
That was a Bobby McCormick guy.
Mm-hmm.
So was he on the Toronto squad that
In
won too?
2019. Yeah.
Izzy has one from Brighton, but that's still Metro East St. Louis. That's from the 618.
Yeah, David Freese has one, of course.
So I was
Madison
looking for more
Hedgecock,
than
Ernie
one, if
Dorfman.
possible.
You considering Sean Livingston?
Plowhawk schooled him.
Peoria's own?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think we get to count Peoria natives.
Fair. Very fair.
Well, I try to be fair.
Worth a shot.
Well, yeah. Well, just,
In honor of the Plowhawk wedding.
if we get Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala, probably Springfield, Illinois in there, it'd be great, but I get it.
Yeah, that's not St. Louis.
Don't forget Al Nipper. That's from the Ichiro's American
Okay,
Hits.
gosh, sorry.
Second week in a row, Al Nipper mentioned.
Yeah.
And last week, the Nick Nipper or Nate Nipper, those are twin sons of Al Nipper that we were referencing on the show.
Nice.
Think about it.
Caller Ellen says Roger Federer is from Granite City. So
He
there's
isn't.
another champion.
He is not.
Did
He's
Mickey
like
Mantle?
Switzerland, isn't he? From
Yeah,
Switzerland?
From Switzerland.
I like how Doug's actually
family
looking
relocated.
Colin Firth, Hazelwood West. Think about it.
That one's wild.
That's true. King's Speech, Jackson. Good or bad?
Think about it.
Bad.
King's Speech is bad?
You tell me, like, oh, it's a Saturday night, let me put on King's Speech. No. Come on.
I thought it was good.
But if you just watch it once for kind of historical
Yeah, okay.
perspective, it's interesting.
I get the appeal. It's just, it's not living on for me personally.
It's not living on. Did you enjoy it in the moment?
I was probably just a little too young. It was probably a little too adult for
Once
me.
you rewatch that.
Oh, man.
Rotten Tomatoes. Is the popcorn the people?
Yeah.
And the tomato is the critics. Anybody want to guess Rotten Tomatoes critics percentage on the King's Speech, which Jackson has?
I'll say 93%.
It seems like the kind of movie the critics would like.
I would absolutely go. I was thinking 92% with
94.
94.
What about the people sitting at home eating popcorn?
71.
92.
Oh, okay, nice.
Well, that's goodorbad.com, man.
It's a controversial
You've got some
website.
challenges.
I'm saying the idea behind goodorbad.com is if you're scrolling on the number of streaming apps that are available to you, and there's so many choices, all you really want to know is this movie good, meaning is it worth watching, or is it bad? Maybe just skip it. And I would tell you if you're looking to have a good time, skipping the King's Speech would not be crazy.
And Doug, that pitch got me to put $500,000 into this business, even though I still have not seen any revenue-generating strategy.
We've taken 4 corporate retreats, but haven't made a nickel yet.
Okay.
But that's how I like it.
And Jackson's drawing a $400,000 a year salary.
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm starting to wonder if maybe
But that was
I
a
got
pay
roped
cut.
in.
That was a pay cut from my original $800,000.
That's correct.
Has anybody ever been on a corporate retreat?
No, it sounds fun though. Not really.
I don't know. Does it?
No.
That could also be like a Cardinal Day game.
Yeah, the modern corporate retreat probably is a little less.
But this is one where you have to go and sleep at some lodge-like area for 2 or 3 nights and sit in
Team
circles
bonding?
yeah.
This is in Lake Tahoe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Jackson held the goodorbad.com corporate retreat.
I'd like to go to Tahoe.
It was more of a summit
I like that, Doug.
of great minds meeting.
Talk about businesses not bringing in a dollar.
And movies we like that and don't like. Yeah, it's pretty good
I
stuff.
say you really should put out a website like this. Goodorbad.com.
I have a
Just
domain.
see where it
Just
goes.
know I have a domain.
Oh, you do?
You own goodorbad.com.
Not that domain.
Goodorbad.org.
Not that
.net.
domain.
Well, what is it? You don't want to say.
I own the domain. Just know that.
But
so
you're
wheels
not
are in
gonna tell
motion.
us what
That's
it is.
more work than I've done in the first.
Makes no money.
That's the more work than I've done in the first 3 years. We're very excited for our shareholder meeting this year.
What if the twist is that the name of the site is I own a domain? I'm going to Google that.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I own a domain.
Rotten Tomatoes is a joke. They get paid by movies for good reviews. That's from Dirty Dale.
It's a serious accusation.
Could be true, though.
I don't know. They aggregate from other websites, though. Like,
Don't say aggregate.
the critics aren't writing their reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. They're writing it in their publications, and then Rotten Tomatoes polls from that.
Okay.
You sick, blonde-haired, pale-skinned commie.
Hey.
King's speech is bad. He overcame a stutter to stare down the face of evil. This absolutely proves you have a poster of Joseph Stalin and Ho Chi Minh hanging in your bedroom. Doug, that's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Why do you like Ho Chi Minh?
Not a big poster guy. In college, I was, but no, and I don't think I own anymore. I do own movie posters and stuff, but
What posters did you have in your room in college, boy?
Farrah Fawcett?
No.
Cheryl Tiegs?
I would bet Pulp Fiction.
I had a Pulp Fiction. Yeah. I think it was Samuel L. Jackson doing Ezekiel 23:17. Pretty awesome. I can't remember the other. Probably a Django one too.
I like that Django.
Oh, it's so good.
By the way, St. Louis's own Colin Firth did win the Oscar for that performance.
Yeah,
Now
no
you
doubt.
turned your back on Hazelwood West.
It was just like a weird time where it was like the King's Speech one that one year, and then it was the Artist in back-to-back years. It's just like, I don't know, man. Silent movies in the 2010s. Let's come on now.
Doug, that's the owner of goodorbad.com.
Did King's Speech beat out Social Network? Because if so, then I feel so vindicated. Because
do you?
that is Social Network is so much better, like so much better.
So King's Speech beat the Social Network in the Academy Awards 2010? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, that's nonsense. Absolute
This
nonsense.
guy's angry over here.
It really is.
Absolute nonsense.
This got him more than that hockey players play through injuries text that came in real early.
Yeah, that one hurt.
That's old red meat in St. Louis sports radio.
Guess they don't remember Willis Reed limping out there,
All
huh?
right.
Great Willis Reed.
Yeah, for the
he was an
Knicks.
NBA player.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to help you.
Number 10.
Yeah. Mike Jordan on his deathbed hitting shots.
Oh, the flu game?
Yeah.
A corporate retreat I went to ended with the office boss getting drunk and busting beer bottles on the pool deck in the wee hours of the morning. Needless to say, next year's retreat went somewhere else. That's from Sharon and Clayton on her corporate retreat. Doug.
I bet the boss went somewhere else, too.
You think they said that's enough?
Wouldn't you think, maybe?
I don't know.
If the boss is breaking beer bottles and everything?
Depends on how much money he's bringing in. There's exceptions made.
Yeah.
The Cardinals won 12-2, and you're talking about Colin damn Firth. That's from Cheese Master Funk.
Just following the dossier, Doug's choice was to go hockey, and it led to this. We've got a Cardinal corner coming your way. Did you notice, Tim, that Jackson did a little audio forensics there and put every run, clipped it off?
Yeah, you did a little, what we call a package in the industry.
Yeah, it was a little package. Yeah.
Looking forward
When
to
do we get to hear that? During Cardinal Corner?
Yeah. Coming up next.
We're getting you ready for that.
We're getting you ready to
For
hear
Jackie's audio.
And I saw a headline in the Post-Dispatch that I thought was misleading, but maybe I'm off the mark. You'll find out what I'm talking about. Coming up next, it's 78 degrees and sunny in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
chase and win. This dude be bussin'. Opposing pitcher's gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man-child could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy. Always making the B-fib happy. Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk. Always line drives, never in a funk. Look out now, baby, bird's gonna fly.
Well, Doug, that's 2 of 3, and the National League has been put on notice as the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals go through the south side of Chicago and rattle their bats to the tune of 12 runs and 13 hits.
Yeah, well, you better win these. These are 3 right there for you on a tee that they are desperate to get because they've already fallen 7 games out. Can't fall any farther back.
Could sweep the Cubs next week.
That was certainly, that's not likely, but it's going to take something like that.
Brendan Donovan, Rake Festival, 4 hits. In addition to Ivan Herrera with 2 hits. And Alec Burleson is getting the TMA bump still, Martin?
Yeah,
another home run, 3 hits.
Pre and post TMA bump. He's over 300. Average doesn't matter anymore. I understand that, but
I think it still matters.
Donovan, Herrera, Burleson combining for 9 of the Cardinals' 12 hits.
When Burleson gets hot, he can really go on a tear. And he's hot right now. So was Herrera. 4 RBIs for him last night.
And then was robbed of a home run.
Yeah.
More.
Jackson put together this audio package to enjoy, Doug, all 12 runs.
The pitch is knuckled to the left side. Meindroth can't get it. 1 run scores. Bases still loaded. St. Louis takes the lead. Little pop into shallow
It's
right.
everywhere.
The infield end turns to gold. 1 run scores. Here comes Donovan. There'll be no play. Pitch a ball. Runner trying to come home, and they're going to get Contreras.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is safe.
Infield comes in, and Herrera drives that one into left field. That's down for a base hit. He's going to get 2 more RBIs. Pitch. Lined into right center field. That ball's well struck. That baby is going to go. Lined into right. Oh, he tomahawked that baby. Wayne will come around and score. Alec Burleson has a 3-hit night of his own. Swing and a drive. That's belted to right. Taylor can't bring that one back. Victor Scott the second hits a 2-run homer.
There you go.
Oh, then you faded it out.
I
Oh,
like that.
gosh.
Did you like the fade?
I didn't mind it in this case. A lot of sound effects that I enjoyed.
Doug, that was what we call an audio package. Matthew Liberatore with a good start as well. That's nice to see after a couple rough ones. 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, no walks allowed as he gets his 4th win of the year. Cardinals now 38-35, as Doug made reference to, still 7 games back of the Cubs, who have won 3 in a row, but come to St. Louis in just 5 short days for a 4-game series. Busch Stadium, how do you do?
Well, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure the stadium's okay.
I think the B-Fib are going to like Pete Crow Armstrong's hair.
Is that right?
What's he doing with it?
He's got like blue stars painted onto his blonde buzz cut.
Blue stars.
Like big ones.
Do you think the
Blue Star Ointment? Is that like a live read?
Oh,
That'd
I
be
remember that.
great marketing.
That's what they would play when they couldn't sell anything else. And they had some deal where if you can't sell anything else, then you run our ad. I think it was one of those.
Martin, that was Cutters and Company, KFNS. In 2006, it was a 2-chair salon in the basement of the Chase Park Plaza that somehow had about a $200,000 ad budget and ran every other commercial.
Okay.
Just read it, Tim. Doesn't matter. I can picture the negotiation, and that actually predated. There's a little deal. Just, hey, Dougie, read this. Just read it about 10 times a week. Don't worry about it. Anybody getting paid? A little bit here, a little there.
Yeah, a little bit here and a little bit there. That's
None for you. It's kind of in the end, none for you.
Here is the Cardinal manager on what the Cardinals were able to do offensively against the White Sox.
Didn't punch out much. Took some good at-bats. Even that 5-run inning, just kept handing it to the next guy. But Herrera had a good day. Got a couple in there for 4 RBIs. Drove the baseball. I mean, took a homer from him, but he continues to do a really nice job. And Donnie, really, really good day. I like some of the at-bats we saw from some of the other guys as well. So positive all the way around.
Boy, that was a solid nut.
Yeah, that was a good rip. That was pulled.
The Ollie drinking game is nice job. Every time he says nice job, you got to take a shot.
The White Sox are not a good ball club. They've lost 6 in a row now. Their record 23-50. That's rough. But looks pretty good from where the Colorado Rockies are sitting. 16-57.
Good God.
Man, they've won 3 in a row. One of the hottest teams in the league.
So if they could just win 20 in a row, Doug, they'd be...
I don't think they'd be right back in it.
Hell.
No, they'd still be 10 games
So
out
if they
or so.
get hot, they still won't win the Bay.
No, this is one case where if we just get hot, we're not winning. Caca.
Clip. I don't know if that's an FCC violation or not.
I don't know. I don't think so.
We'll check in with counsel. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And, of course, watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL, where 192 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Great. Now we get to talk about a meaningless Cardinals win against the lowly White Sox for a segment. Boring.
Okay, knock it off. We can't win with what we chatter about. We can't talk about everything at the same time. Knock it off.
We tried when we were at the Dotem. Multiple options all at once. Multiple shows all at once. Turns out it was just a button. Can't talk about the Cardinals, Doug.
No.
Can't talk about hockey.
Hockey's out. Cardinals are out.
Can't talk about the NBA.
What else is happening?
No. Here is my deep tease that I was not happy with. The headline is the following. In the footsteps of Glenn Brummer, Wilson Contreras dashes to surprise steal of home. Doug, did that remind you of...
Footsteps of... Not really.
Thank you.
Not quite that dramatic.
I mean, Glenn Brummer just bolted from third base in the 9th inning to win a game.
And the umpire forgot to call the pitch.
That's correct, because it was right down the middle. Was that David Green who was up?
I believe so, yeah.
And in this case, this was what I mean. When you see a guy steal home in 2025, if he's going to do it, it's like I feel like 9 out of 10 times minimum, it's in the fashion with the runner breaking from first.
Yeah, double steal.
Like a Vic Scott.
Yes. So I politely reject August of 1982 comparison to Glenn Brummer, the headline in the Post.
So next week, if there's a big home run that lands in straightaway center field, they'd say, just like David Freese, except you would say, wait, it's June. They're in third place. Maybe it's not the same.
Well, I don't recall another Cardinal stealing home in recent years. Although it really didn't feel like a steal. It wasn't like Jackie Robinson in that video you see all the time where he slides in the World Series. Looks like he's out. They called him safe.
It was a good slide, though.
You guys want Mike Shan's call of Glenn Brummer stealing home?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, why not? Nice play.
Sacks jam. Lavelle at the belt. Checks. Brummer stealing home. He is safe, and the Cardinals win. Brummer stole home. The dugout comes out, and they congratulate him. You wouldn't believe it. Glenn Brummer.
About that.
It is a pretty bold move, but he said the bases were loaded.
Yeah.
And your catcher's trying to steal home.
Backup catcher, by the way.
Not an endorsement for David Green, like, hey, we better steal home.
Yeah, that's brutal.
If you're the hitter. Really need me to come through? No, we're just going to send Brummer.
God, that is outstanding. How many times do you think Vince Coleman stole home, Doug?
Oh, maybe 3.
Martin, you want to fire a bet at the pot?
Guy plays for 10 to 15 years. Probably do it 7.
The answer is 11 times.
Wow,
How about that? 11 steals at home.
Player who stole home the most.
Ricky Anderson?
No.
I might have to go back a while. That would be my guess.
This guy might be considered the OG base runner.
Lou Brock.
No,
Ricky Henderson.
Further back than both of them.
Sliding Billy Hamilton.
Enos Country Slaughter.
Probably at the same time. I'm not sure of that, so don't rip me.
Ty
in half.
Cobb.
There you go, Ty Cobb.
Oh, he was earlier than Slaughter.
He was all spikes.
54 times. He's still home 54 times.
And he was
You think they would get wise.
Yeah.
I think he was just such an ornery bastard. They're like, let him through. Just let him through.
When I was playing American Legion ball, I tried to steal home once. That was the sign the coach gave. The hitter did not get the sign.
Oh, God in heaven.
Run into their legs.
3/4 of the way down the line, and this guy swings.
Oh, my. So
I
what
just
was
hit
the
the
result?
deck. Just hit the deck. Tried not to die.
So would you slide 10 feet short?
Yes, I did.
You were out, and that's safe to say.
I believe so. Yeah. Got to look at the signs, man.
Doug told us last week, too, when you were out, that he pinched a run in the game in college and immediately got thrown out at first. Yeah, picked off at first.
Walk of shame.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. The day after the Stanley Cup final is the first time the show decides to go light on hockey talk. Jackson's dossier equals bad. That's from Big Tough.
We can't please nobody.
Go to hell. Go to hell.
Let's go. Lou and Danbury. What's up, Lou?
Okay, Lou.
Hello. La, la, la.
My favorite part is when they're messing with Francesa. He's clearly annoyed, and then he follows up with, all right, what else you got? He never bails on him. They're clearly effing with him, and he'll just say, yeah, you're acting like a child. You're a moron. What else you got?
Yes, Bob.
Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady, and I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him.
All right, there was a limit.
There's a lot of Weisenheimers in the
Point
audience.
right to his producer. If he names one more quarterback, he's gone.
You can call in and mock us, 314-974-0101, or text in 314-399-9646. You also can email into this presentation for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope now has 3 wins in the month of June, and that's a 2-goal lead on the Email Today AI, goodorbad.com, Street Team, Beef Mayo, Timothy Treadwell, Cucky the Dwarf, and the Sexy Robot, and Big Tank Del Vecchio. That guy's a guy who could come back and win this thing. You email in, you compete, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, how about this? You look past today, where there's a 75% chance of precipitation, and then nothing but sunshine between now and next Thursday. Also, beginning on Friday, nothing but highs in the 90s. So here we go. A St. Louis summer has arrived, and if you run into any HVAC issues, go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client. We recommend Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. They've been with us for half the show's existence. They've been with us for a decade. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Brian Henshin was in the building last night for the scrap between Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. And Jackson, they were playing the Connecticut
Sun.
They played a casino?
I believe so. Yeah, Mohegan.
Yeah.
And it was Sophie Cunningham, University of Missouri. She has gotten, her Q rating has increased exponentially here since going over the Indiana Fever. And there was a scrap last night. I mean, she went full, would you say, Kevin McHale? Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, wrapped her up on a fast break layup.
Brian Henshin, firsthand accounting, friend of the program, and he ranks himself as the #1 Asian intern in the history of this program.
Have we had any others?
Doesn't matter. He's still number one.
Okay.
We have that. We have Stephen Matz. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And we have radio wars between a team broadcaster and a team. All of that is coming your way on the program. Plus, a name famous from the Blues 2019 Stanley Cup run, making headlines yet again with his behavior. We'll have that for you. It's all coming your way on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night 12-2 over the White Sox. They're back in action tonight, taking on the White Sox again on the south side of Chicago with Sonny Gray towing the slab for the Redbirds. It's going to be a 6:40 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Doug.
Johnny Mathis.
Johnny Mattress.
Could probably have picked up the pace just a little bit on this.
What was that?
Don't you think it needed a little bit more?
You hear those little flutes, though? That was nice.
Jackson, why the Johnny Mathis at 7:56 Central Time, June 18th, 2025?
Just an outstanding question, Tim. The reasoning.
Buy some time.
No, I have.
Tim, what was the question again?
Why the Johnny Mathis at 7:56 Central Standard Time on June 18th, 2025?
My music theme today is Songs for Doug.
Oh, wow.
Songs for me.
The songs that I think Doug
I've never heard this
really enjoy. But I think you would say that this is more your style, a crooner.
Yeah, I enjoy a crooner. It's not my favorite style, probably, but I enjoy this.
A good deed, I guess.
I thought maybe it was his birthday.
No.
I think he's still around.
Is he really?
I saw him
in 89.
He was in my TikTok algorithm within the last 48 hours.
What?
And he was performing. And he has those thick sideburns. Was that like Millard Fillmore, Doug? Is that Millard Fillmore?
Yeah, it was the look.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Awful. That song came out in 1958. Still alive.
How about
crazy?
that? Now we're going to enjoy it throughout the course of today's presentation.
It is cool though that I just said that song came out in 1958. If you heard that, it didn't sound like old and like crummy. Like they do a really good job of restoring music, so that sounds really good. Still in 2025.
Part of his Wikipedia page gets to different eras and stages of his career. One just says popularity plateau.
We all reach it.
I would have just thought that particular song, the producer might say, I like it. Let's just speed up the tempo just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
T-teary-T. T-teary-T. T-teary-T.
He needed that teacher.
Bill Chandler, St. Gabriel music class. Can we start a petition or a GoFundMe to bring Timmy's beard back? He just needs to explain to his wife that all the guys on the YouTube chat at work prefer him stubbled. That's from Martin's Mystery Yeti. Yeah, I will say it seems like my wife is the only one who prefers me. I don't even know if this would be clean shaven. There's a little stubble here. My two sons very disappointed that I shaved the beard, and all these guys who use me to pleasure themselves in the YouTube chat are also disappointed, Doug. So I don't know. There's a suggestion for Vest to be the sponsor of my beard.
Vest, the soda people?
Yeah, Thirsty Just Whistle.
Yeah.
You like that cream
Bradford's
soda?
beard, it doesn't do it for me.
It's producer Joe on Sam Bradford's beard, Martin.
Okay.
That's season 7.
Vest Soda is going to sponsor either. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is that still a thing?
Vest Soda? Oh, for sure.
Mount Rushmore of Vest sodas go.
Fruit punch, blue raspberry.
Wow, this guy.
You buy a lot
Peach.
of
Red cream.
Get cream soda.
Oh, my God.
So you're a fan.
So
what about Thirsty Just Whistle?
Is Just Whistle like an off? Like,
No,
is it
now it's
under the
Vest
same
Whistle.
umbrella?
It's Vest Whistle now.
But
Thirsty Just Whistle.
Just Whistle, the orange soda, a delight, was part of that Vest operation, I believe.
I'll put Vest Orange there at my final spot.
Okay.
And you still buy it and enjoy it?
Seldom. But Legrands. You get a Legrands.
Oh, is that right?
You get a Legrands.
Maybe I'll hit that Legrands today
And you get a Vest
and have
soda.
myself a Legend and a Vest.
Yeah. A Legend and a Vest is that's about as St. Louis as it gets.
What about some Red Hot Riplets?
Now we're even adding to it.
Wow.
Southside Dreamin'.
South City Dreams. South City Dreams. You better believe it. Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says Dionne Warwick's, well, nope, it gets a little too vivid.
Okay, yeah.
But you can go into the YouTube chat and enjoy it.
That's the great thing about it. You can read it for yourself.
Why would you take a shot at Dionne Warwick at this hour? What did she ever do?
I got stuck in this Johnny Mathis Wikipedia.
It'll happen to the best of them.
It says in 1982 in an Us magazine article, Mathis said, homosexuality is a way of life that I've grown accustomed to. He later said the comment was meant to be off the record.
I don't think there was a whole lot of doubt anyway, whether it was on or off the record.
Well, it was off the record.
All right. He was a big star for a long time.
Take your Johnny Mathis thoughts. We'll take... Well, we can't take Dionne Warwick.
No,
apparently. And then somebody's on the phone line. I told Darren Pang we would clear the lines if he calls in, but this is not Panger?
No, this is Jared on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which you can call into 314-974-0101. Jared, you're on with Doug Vaughn.
Yes, how y'all doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing great.
All right.
The question that I had was, do you guys believe that we are blacklisted from the NBA/NFL because of the lawsuit of the stadium rights and the things of that nature? Because when we look at the number of attendees that go to the Battle Hogs and go to the soccer games and things like that, it's amazing numbers. So I don't understand why. And I know the NFL sees these numbers. They can't ignore them. We sell out almost every home game. So why is it that we cannot get another team?
Are you talking NBA or NFL? Or are you talking both?
I'm talking both because I believe the NBA and NFL have a great relationship with each other. So I believe they will have talks with in business to further both of the companies.
Well, both leagues would have to decide to expand, I think, at this point, and St. Louis is not on the short list of potential expansion cities because we're a shrinking market. We're getting smaller. There just aren't the dollars here that they could get from larger cities.
Well, but we sell out arenas all the time, right?
Yeah, we do because there's nothing else going on here for the, for the most part. But the league is mostly involved in they're more concerned about TV revenue. That's where the real dollars are. And St. Louis isn't a real huge market that would add to their television revenue.
Which would you prefer, Jared?
As a team, like I would prefer a basketball team.
Okay. Oh, Jackson says that's the correct answer.
Burkett is aligned with Jared. Correct answer,
and
Jared.
I'm going to sadly say I think neither are going to happen, but if one were, I would say NBA more likely because I think the NFL, having just given $1 billion to a city, probably not real fond of this market.
Would agree.
For a number of reasons. Claves.
So you do agree that we blacklisted from the NFL?
Well, I don't think it's blacklisted. I think they would just say, well, you sued us and you're mad at us and we gave you $1 billion. We probably aren't going to do business with each other for the foreseeable future. I think that's fair. I don't know that the NBA is thinking about St. Louis at all, so I don't even know that it's reached blacklisted status.
Not yet, Martin.
Okay, we hope to be black. So I don't know how old you are, Jared, but 20-ish years ago, Bill Laurie, who owned the Blues, bought the Vancouver Grizzlies, was going to move them here. Things got sideways.
So what got sideways there?
I don't know.
Did David Stern not want the team in St. Louis?
I don't know the backstory.
Were you aware of that, Jared?
No, I never knew that.
So before they went to Memphis, the Blues owner, Bill Laurie, who lives in Columbia, Missouri, big Mizzou fan, part of the Walmart money, more or less, wanted to bring he was a huge NBA fan, wanted to bring the Grizzlies here, bought the Vancouver team. And I don't know how it got sideways. Then he backed out of the deal. He originally wanted to buy the Nuggets. Remember, he was going to buy the Nuggets and the Lanch. And then his brother-in-law, Stan Kroenke, swooped in and bought them. But after the fact, Mark Sauer was a Blues executive, and he told me the NBA was never happening here. He said, Martin, Bill Laurie could not get his calls returned by David Stern. And he said that's a billionaire in St. Louis who could not get his calls returned. And I don't know if that was personal or if that was the market wasn't of interest. So I guess it was never a serious option.
It's hard to believe Memphis would even be a better market than St. Louis.
But that's kind of the NBA model, right?
That they like
Salt
to
Lake,
go into
Portland,
a market that
San
doesn't
Antonio,
have any competition, especially in the wintertime.
New Orleans, Portland, Salt Lake City, San Antonio, they tend to thrive in those, Oklahoma City, those type markets.
It's hard for me to believe that a city like Utah is going to be a better market than St. Louis, realistically. Like, if you really think about it, because a lot of great athletes come out of here. So I don't understand, like, the disposition that they have with our city.
Yeah, it is frustrating, especially younger sports fans who don't remember even us having football.
But Salt Lake City is like Memphis, where like they have no. Well, now they have
hockey.
now
Why
they
do
have
you hate
hockey
the
team.
Yeti?
But for the first decade or two of their franchise, or longer, a lot longer, there was no competition in Salt Lake City.
Jared, thanks for being are you a loyal, can I call you a loyal listener?
I definitely am.
All right.
Thank you, Jared. Don't be a stranger.
It sounds like he didn't really want to admit it, but we talked him into it.
Yeah, that's the way people acknowledge being listeners of this program, kind of like whispers in a back alley, maybe behind a dumpster.
St. Louis's dirtiest secret.
No, that's not a bad line for the program.
St. Louis is dirty.
How about this? From the 314, maybe this will remind you, Martin, of the story, which was, 2001, 2, 3 range, I think? The NBA told Laurie to wait a couple of years before moving the Grizzlies, but he did not want to wait. I feel like there might have been something to that.
Yeah, I heard there was a meeting and it didn't go well, like with the NBA owners. Bill Laurie's always been on that list of people I would love to talk to, and I don't think it would ever happen.
Jackson, could that be a surprise guest?
Be awesome. Love. I have a million questions.
And I think he's still financially involved with a lot of Mizzou sports.
And he built the
behind
Mills
scenes.
Mall, too, didn't he? Wasn't he the one who built that?
That's a good question.
I believe he did, and that's why the Blues are practicing.
Well, he's only 72 years old, so he had that whole thing going when he was in his late 40s, early
and played
50s.
for Memphis in the NCAA championship.
Oh, really?
In the Final Four, he was a starter for.
Nice.
Team that
What
played
team was he
Bill
on? Was it
the Memphis University of
it
Memphis?
was Memphis.
Were they Memphis State at the
They're
time?
probably Memphis State.
Yeah.
The Tigers? Remember Keith Lee in the 80s? Yeah, I wish I knew the whole story there. But Mark Sauer was adamant that it was just never happening in St. Louis.
The Blues probably didn't want it to happen. They probably didn't help much.
But he owned the Blues. I think he thought it was a good model. I got the building. I might as well have two tenants. And even some of the corporate dollars, maybe.
And look at what his brother-in-law did.
Right, Kroenke. That was the big Rick Riley column. Remember that? Where he got Bill Laurie, I think, at a bar in Columbia or out in the woods of Boone County.
They were both just having to be in the woods.
Well, I think Rick Riley.
When I meet a guy in the woods,
Rick Riley kind of ran him down, and it was, I think, the only time that Laurie would ever talk about his business and his rivalry with Stan. So they both married sisters. You know, Jim Woodcock might know some of this.
When was the last time you were in the woods and ran into another NHL owner?
Cut it off.
Woodland meetings.
Yeah. I was in Labadee last week and ran into one of the Wurtzes from Chicago.
If you guys want the real story, get Claibs on the line. That's from Meatball. I wouldn't mind talking over with Claibs.
He was supposed to come on and talk Flag Day.
That's right.
But he was going under the radar where ICE couldn't even find him.
Yeah, that's how he avoids those National League Central road trips, or in this case, although the Chicago trip's fine. It doesn't matter if it's the team's playing on the south side.
You think they stay in a different hotel?
Hell no. Okay. What do you think on that?
That who stays?
When the Cardinals go to Chicago, they stay at the same place. Doesn't matter, even if they're driving down to the south side.
Oh, you mean that they went for the Cubs?
They're not. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, I don't think they're staying on the south side of Chicago. No. I don't know what hotel they're in. I like logistics, but yeah, probably just because they know it. But yeah, Claibs, if you go to Milwaukee, by Sunday night, you're in Chicago. No game Monday?
No.
I think he made a mistake. I'm going to tell Claibs for a number of reasons.
And then see if he'll come on and tell us what happened. Tim, wasn't there something with San Antonio in moving to St. Louis? I thought one of your podcast guests a couple of years ago went over this, but now I'm worried that I'm making it up. That's from the 314. No, sir, you're not. Martin, I don't know if we've talked about this since you have rejoined the program. I had Gene McNary and Vince Schamel on my podcast. Have we talked about this? I'd be intrigued by your...
so.
And McNary, I wanted to get directly from them. McNary was the county executive when the Big Red moved, and Vince Schamel was the mayor when the Big Red moved. And they told conflicting stories. And when Gene McNary told his story, I thought it was only right to give Vince Shamel the time to tell his version of the story and to, put this in a summary as briefly as I can. McNary was my first guest, and he said that they had the money, they had the green light to build a stadium for the football Cardinals. Bill Bidwell did not want to move, and it was going to be in the area of where Rams Park was built or Riverport Hollywood Casino Amphitheater was built, in that vicinity. I'm not sure which one. And it was greenlit, and Vince Shamel got a call from what at the time I believe was called Civic Progress. Doug, how would you describe Civic Progress to our audience?
It was a group of CEOs and owners of the largest corporations in St. Louis. I don't know how many of them were there, but it felt like 10 to 15 or so. The big movers and shakers of St. Louis.
The ABs and Emersons, but kind of the blue bloods.
Who got things done in the city kind of behind the scenes.
And McNary told the story that Vince Shamel, once this was about to go through and the football Cardinals would have stayed, Mayor Shamel gets a call from Civic Progress to meet at the MAC downtown, and they tell Shamel that if you have any interest in running for an office beyond mayor of the city of St. Louis, which at the time he did, and I do believe he ran for either governor or senator and lost, that you better not okay this plan. And therefore, it was killed. McNary also in that interview said that this was going to be a dome stadium, and the San Antonio Spurs ownership reached out to him because they were interested in moving from San Antonio to St. Louis and playing in the building. Now, when I had Vince Shamel on, he said that story was not true. He said Bill Bidwell had no interest in staying in St. Louis, and his story was that Bill Bidwell was sideways with the Bush family and Anheuser-Busch, and he said, sure, you can build the stadium, but just know that I will never sell any AB products in the stadium. And so Shamel's whole point was he had no interest in being here, and if you wanted to be here and you would not sell AB products, that showed that that was his way of trying to make it clear he wanted out no matter what they did.
Now, Bob Wallace, longtime executive, tight with the Bidwell family, would dispute that. He said forever he did not want to move. He wanted it to work, just wanted a stadium. He said even when they would go meet with the NFL owners and commissioners that they were like dragging their feet, didn't want to move, but eventually said, okay, we got to either go to Baltimore, got to go to Phoenix. But I had not heard the San Antonio piece. They played in a terrible. My dad lived in San Antonio. I went to some Spurs games.
Did you really?
I went to some Spurs games in the 80s.
They play in the Alamo Dome, don't they, or did they not?
I believe back then it was was it the Alamo Dome even back then? I don't know what it was, but it was not a good basketball venue. So that would make sense maybe that they were looking to better. But imagine that city, county, not able to work it out.
Right.
So you're telling me we could have had the Rams, the football Cardinals, and the Spurs all at the same time? 7-3-1-4.
I feel like we're a 2 or 3 team NFL market.
Like the Cardinals need 6 catchers?
Yes.
At least.
And then this show put a push together to try to get the New Orleans Pelicans to move here.
To bring the Pelicans home.
Pelicans come home. Yeah. And that's not happening either, apparently.
So the way that it went down, and Martin, no, you probably wouldn't have been in St. Louis at this time, I gather, but it was going to be the Cardinals staying, and McNary saying that they were building a stadium in that Earth City area, and that the Spurs had interest. Then from there, James Bush Orthwine had ownership of the Patriots. And to think that this franchise that 6 years earlier had gone to the Super Bowl, maybe most people probably would forget it because they went up against the 85 Bears and were skull-pounded. But they were up for sale, and the whole leverage was, okay, we're going to move this team to St. Louis. Then, if I'm not mistaken, that's when Robert Kraft stepped in. And that's outside of the Patriots' success in New England here over the last 2 decades. Kraft keeping the team in the Boston-Providence area is one of the reasons he was hailed as a savior, much less before the Brady-Belichick run. Then that doesn't happen. St. Louis already has built a dome, and therefore has no leverage because they have an empty building, and that is why the clause that eventually allowed the Rams to leave was put into the lease, even though the story goes John Shaw just asked for it for the hell of it and was stunned when the St. Louis representation signed off on it, which was the Dome had to remain in the top 25% of NFL stadiums, and unfortunately, that Dome was built right around the same time, baseball-wise, as the White Sox Stadium, and by that I mean right before an onslaught of new buildings. Even though the White Sox Stadium, I think, was around 1990-ish, the Dome was 1995, but starting in 92 with Camden Yards, you had a bunch of these new ballparks. The White Sox Stadium was immediately obsolete, and that's kind of the same unfortunate time pattern for the Dome. A bunch of NFL stadiums were built over the next decade, and it was immediately obsolete. Although I would tell you it struck me as relatively obsolete from the moment it opened.
Right. It might not have been in the top 25% the day that it first opened.
The day it opened. Yeah. It's already subpar.
You're never in a good position if you are an owner of a building with no tenant. And St. Louis was in that position after losing out on what became the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So really, over the last 30-plus years, St. Louis has lost the Cardinals, the Patriots, the Jaguars, the Panthers, and the Rams.
Pelicans.
And then, of course, the Pelicans.
River City Otters.
I believe that's correct.
Right.
Ambush.
Ouch.
Storm, Steamers. Ambush came back. Yeah. Pelicans will come back. Don't you worry.
Athletica.
And the Athletica producer, Joe, was on the call.
Yeah. And it's really, sadly, it's kind of hard to imagine that any other major sports professional team would be considering moving here right now. I mean, our population is kind of fizzled, going down. It's actually going down slightly now, not just moving out of the city area into St. Charles and Jeffco, but the population actually went down a little bit in the last census.
In 1994, James Orthwine offered Robert Kraft $75 million to buy out the remainder of the team's lease at Foxborough Stadium so that he could move the Patriots to St. Louis. But Robert Kraft had the lease that they couldn't get out of. Isn't that amazing how a lot of times it comes down to the lease? So Kraft bought the lease on the stadium, and that eventually tied the Patriots to the market. Victor Kiam, remember him? The razor guy?
Yeah.
Always on TV with his electric razor. He bought the team out of bankruptcy before Orthwine stepped in. But apparently Bob Kraft, by having the lease, is how he eventually got the team.
Well, if the Patriots had moved here, sooner or later, they'd have moved back to Boston, too, probably. The size of market that is. That's not a town that was going to go very long without an NFL
I would imagine
team.
the NFL would have accommodated them with an expansion team.
Somehow they would have got one.
Over a 10-year span, if they were both just middle-of-the-pack organizations, which do you think would be more successful in St. Louis, NFL or NBA? Answer my question, yuppies.
Don't tell us what to do.
That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
I would say NFL because it's pretty easy to get behind an NFL team, and you're only talking about 2 games a month, really. NBA is, 40 home games?
Jackson, do you agree with him?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Football in this country it's always going to win. NFL is king.
And when the teams were good here, there was no doubt that the games were going to be sold out.
Yeah.
Both the Cardinals and the Rams. Cardinals had some big years, too. Not Super Bowl years, obviously, but very competitive years.
Bob Kraft launched a hostile takeover from James Orthwine. Stan Kroenke stepped in, offered more money with the intent to move the team to St. Louis. I don't know that I'd heard that.
Wow, I hadn't heard that part either.
Offered, this is now Orthwine owning it, Bob Kraft saying you can't get out of lease, just let me buy it, puts a group together, whatever. They said Kroenke offered more money. However, Orthwine would have been saddled with all of the relocation expenses and any legal expenses by breaking the lease. And that's how Bob Kraft ended up retaining the Patriots. I didn't realize Stan tried to step in and move the Patriots. He'll be a great surprise guest to go over.
Yeah, that'll be fun when he's on the Italian Thompson phone line.
Initials S.K., and then what if I switch it up and it's Shad Khan and not Stan?
Oh, wow. So basically, we've been the girl that you call at 2 a.m. when you're lonely for decades. That's from the Prostitutes.
We're a booty call?
Clip that off.
I think that's a perfect way of describing it.
We're not getting much action here lately.
No.
Clip that off.
Desperate call.
Instead of discussing something that will most likely not happen, can we get to the Fredbird segment? That's from Tommy Two Guns.
What happened to Fredbird?
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, really?
HOF. From now on, he's going to have to sign everything HOF, Doug.
Yeah, so when you're down about this NFL NBA situation and the various teams we missed out on or lost, think about the mascot going to the Hall of Fame to lift your spirits.
I missed that story completely. Fredbird has been voted into the Cooperstown Hall of Fame.
No, sir. Mascot Hall of Fame.
Mascot.
Five-member class.
Where would that be?
Where, you ask?
Yes.
What was the question again, Jackson?
Yeah, Mascot Hall of Fame. You want to know where that is?
I've never heard of it. I didn't know it was such a
Mascot
thing.
Hall of Fame. Yeah, they have their own website called mascothalloffame.com. Bucky Badger's going in.
Yeah, congratulations to the Badgers.
Mr. Metz in there.
I would think. Philly Fanatic's got to be.
I think he's going in this year with
San Diego
Fredbird.
Chicken. Did he get in? He'd have to be an original member.
The famous Chicken, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were both part of the inaugural class.
Yeah.
Great turnout. Those speeches were sick.
I'm not sure they thank their family first. I'm not sure there's a physical Mascot Hall of Fame. It may just live online.
No, they do. It's an online-only Hall of Fame, but the induction ceremony takes place each year in Philly.
So why don't we start one here? Why don't we rent out some office space and call it the
we could
physical
do it at the
Mascot
Dome.
Hall of Fame?
You want to use that for the Dome?
You'd get some guests in
Put
there.
it over at the old bowling Hall of Fame.
But we have to get people who aren't on this Hall of Fame because we'd be scraping.
Yeah, they might have Hall of Fame non-competes.
Yeah.
Clayton's downtown is 5 years from being a ghost town. They gambled everything on Centene and now seem to be betting on indoor golf and axe throwing. We're doomed or even worse. That's from Arbor Day.
I don't agree with that. Clayton downtown's doing just fine.
As long as Han is working, it's good.
St. Louis City downtown, not so much. Clayton downtown's still pretty impressive.
Doug, when's that Banty Rooster getting in? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. The TMA logo. I think I have it on my hat today. Yes, I do. The Banty Rooster, Earl Weaver, the mascot of TMA.
Yeah.
Should we make like a suit, like a fuzzy rooster suit?
People can walk around in.
Yeah.
Does South Carolina have that?
They have
Gamecocks?
their fuzzy mascot is a chicken, but then they actually have a live rooster.
I like that.
And Shane Beamer
Plenty.
gets all bent out of shape when they can't bring that wild animal on the road with them.
Does he?
Oh, yeah.
How wild is it?
What's his name? It's like Sir Sir Doodle or something.
Sir Doodle.
Some super goofy like that. And he gets all bent out of shape about it.
Your least favorite college coach, Shane Beamer?
No.
He does not like Shane Beamer, though, Martin. That's a good read.
Least favorite college football
Is Josh
coach.
Heupel live?
Very live.
I would assume it's a college basketball coach.
Oh, well, if it's basketball, then
either.
Bruce Pearl?
Pearl would be way up there.
Look at that. You're endearing yourselves to the 618 and 217.
Pearl would be way up there. Brian Kelly's tough, man. I don't.
How about
But
the
he's
UConn
almost
coach?
laughable.
I
How
know.
about
It's
Hurley?
like
Hurley at UConn.
No.
Don't have enough.
He's about as
head-to-heads.
obnoxious as it gets.
He's obnoxious,
But
but
you're not in the Big
I see
East.
a little of myself in him.
About Dabo?
Really?
You would coach like that?
No, but I'm fired up. What was that, Chairman?
Dabo.
Yeah, he's way up. God, the way
And by the way, it's
run.
Sir Big Spur.
Sir Big Spur.
Oh, not bad.
Dumb. The way Dabo runs on the field before everyone else really grinds my gears. Full hauling ass down the field.
You want to see the hamstring
Yeah.
block?
Look at me. Oh, well, I don't wish injury, but maybe just like
Slight pull.
yeah, a little spasm that puts him down for a second.
Adductor or abductor?
Ooh, in that case, it would probably be abductor. I have to think.
It has me thinking, and I should know this. I didn't notice. Did Paul Maurice, did he allow the Edmonton coach to shake
He did.
hands?
Yeah.
I saw that little exchange because he was kind of waving, do you want to do it here or do it out there? And the Edmonton staff went to the back of the line. And so Paul Maurice did not get his wish like he did with the Rod Brindamore set up with Knobloch.
I just don't think that's his call whether they do it or not. They've been doing it for years and years and years. I understand where he's coming from. I think his thought's in the right place, but it's not his call. The other coach shouldn't have to do it just because he doesn't want to do it.
Lane Kiffin can shampoo my crotch? That's from Doug's prison wallet.
I like Lane.
To do the shampooing?
No.
Saying he would not be on your list of disliked coaches because you get a kick out of it.
And Mazzucca rarely plays Ole Miss.
Hottie Toddy will probably be in the rotation starting next year.
Hope so. I hope Texas is in the rotation real soon.
You want to go after the Hook'ems? What if
yeah.
you had back-to-back home games in Columbia against Texas and Tennessee? Would you be able to handle it, Papers?
If they won both of them, I'd be going nuts.
Bad colors.
Awful. Although I do like the Texas football uniform is so classic to me that I kind of like it.
Did you see some of the Longhorns hanging out in the Lou?
Really?
Yeah, Arch Manning was up, I forget what street it was, but he was hanging with Wingo.
Oh, was that a real picture?
Ryan Wingo.
I believe so.
He was here for a camp Ryan Wingo had at the U-High.
Where were they hanging out, Chairman?
I'll double check.
I would assume probably Tam Avenue. They probably want to be a part of the Capital Partners.
Can we go see them?
And we could certainly utilize some of their NIL money because I got to meet that kid after Sam Burns' ruling on Sunday.
Been some losses.
Oh, it's brutal. I can't hit any. That reminds me, I bet the over on the Cubs and Brewers last night. Did anybody know if that hit?
Cubs wind up winning.
What was it, number 8.5?
I think it was a high scoring, wasn't it?
Oh, is it? That's good. That'll help me. Might be able to
5-3 Cubs.
God bless America, that number was 9.
Oh, no.
What are we going to do in this world to have fun?
Oh.
Nothing.
Oh.
Tired of it.
They were hanging out on Greer Avenue.
Krieger Avenue, Doug. Greer Avenue, Doug.
I'm not sure where that is. It looks like he was flashing gang signs.
Arch Manning was?
Yeah, in the picture that I saw.
What?
He was flashing gang signs.
I might have just been doing a hook'em.
I don't think so.
Arch Manning, Greer Avenue. Martin, do you know where that is?
I do not.
I think North Side.
But I think, did they go through, were they helping people out with the tornado recovery? I thought they did some good.
Sure they did.
There's an article from the Times of India on the story. Doug, this is our industry right now. They covered
it.
Baby.
The Times of India? Slow news day in New Delhi?
If you logged on to Twitter this weekend and saw Arch Manning trending, it wasn't for a game-winning throw or some NIL stunt. It was because he pulled up deep in a St. Louis neighborhood, posed for photos with local kids, and instantly became the internet's new favorite quarterback.
The only picture I'm seeing here is him throwing up the hook'em.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, I'm looking at the
Cuz
picture. That looks
brought
like a
Arch
hook'em.
Manning on Greer Avenue. And there's the picture.
Does that look like a hook'em sign there, right there?
Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets, a video.
No, what this is?
Is there an ad? Times of
Right
India.
there. That's not a hook'em.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as a hook'em. And then the kids are doing hook'em next to him.
That's a hook'em? That's not a hook'em.
I can't see. I'm going to walk over.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is
do not
Jackson.
use any profanity because Jackson does not have access to the dump button, and I'm just so tempted to drop an F-bomb just for the hell of it. Just kind of a kamikaze mission here.
The hook'em is the index and the little finger, right?
Yeah.
That's not what he's doing.
That looked like the saggy deuce.
Saggy Deuce.
It's a
What's the name Saggy Deuce on
peace-
July 1st?
like a peace sign, but the fingers are sagging.
Now Martin's coming up. The picture I'm seeing is a clear hook'em.
This is a video.
This is definitely not a hook'em sign.
It's in the article I sent you.
The Times of India.
A different one. Multiple sources.
Looks like a saggy deuce.
He got a lot of credit, though, for pulling up on a neighborhood and hanging out. Pat McAfee's talking about how cool Arch Manning is. So in addition to the Times of India, he got some play on the McAfee show.
Boy, they got a lot of coverage if they're over here covering football camps.
What's their budget?
6.
I'm not sure what their budget is.
Okay.
I'd have to call
Fair question.
Calcutta.
Great radio. Let's listen while the deist watches something. That's from MD 2020.
Stop it, MD. Stop it. We can't do nothing around here.
To have fun in this world. What can we do to have fun in this world? Nothing.
I could have been in Lewisburg. Had cider.
Take a listen. I see Papers has pulled it up.
Give me a moment.
Tim, you deep teased not only Sophie
I got a lot.
Cunningham,
Brian Henson. Yeah.
Brian Henson, Sophie Cunningham, and then a former Blues player did it again?
Yeah. No, not a former Blues player. Former name from the Blues 2019 Stanley Cup run.
Oh, an opponent.
Yes. I take a listen to this, man.
Get over it! What the hell can we do in this world to have fun?
Nothing.
Nothing!
Yeah.
Because you're out there saying everything we say is wrong! Tired of it!
Oh.
Now,
It's my reaction to the Cubs Brewers going under.
Is that BF?
That's Bob Fesco, who had a 6-month run on this program. Doug, that was January 2007 to June 2007.
Okay.
And then I was able to get out of my contract.
And Bill Reloaded says, I could have gone apple picking down in Lewisburg and cider.
That's Gabe DeArmond. We went to journalism school together. He graduated. I didn't. He owns PowerMizzou.com, and he does wonderful post-game shows where our audience infiltrates the YouTube chat.
Also
you
a
can look forward to
KC
that
guy.
for the Central Arkansas game. Doug, that's Thursday of Labor Day weekend.
Okay, I'll write that on my calendar.
You getting ready for that game?
I'm not
Scotty
ready
Pippen.
yet, but I'll try to get ready.
We'll get you ready on this program.
Okay.
I think we probably need to break because I see this is a 34-minute segment. So
And what did we discuss?
I have no idea.
Gang signs.
Why am I?
Johnny Mathis? Was this a Johnny Mathis segment? Did we start this segment with Johnny Mathis?
Started
That felt
with
like
Johnny
10 years
Mathis,
ago.
a little Vest soda mixed in there.
Thank you. That's right.
The Jared call, of course.
Yeah, Jared brought it strong. He's now a friend of the program.
That's where it got off track. Jared, we love you. But then we got into the whole
Right.
Kroenke thing, and then we got into
The NBA, would it work here? That's basically
That was a
the
great call.
Wow, Morrison Woods Wacko with the first. How about this report, Martin? You might want to use this on Sports Final. Arch and Wingo stayed in Morrison Woods because they wanted privacy, peace, and tranquility. Arch went on to say he wants to be drafted by the Battlehawks so he can live here. How about that? The Morrison Woods Wacko is reporting that.
We might want to double check that one.
With another source, maybe to corroborate. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Compete against the greats. Buck Swope is your leader for the month of June. The program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you are looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he also has the bagel loan that can help you out too. What's the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, any questions on the industry, any questions on the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. It's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage, his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. The theme today here on TMA, show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, is Jackson preparing songs that Doug likes. That is the theme.
Songs for Doug.
Songs for Doug.
Yeah, I like this. Don't you?
Yeah. Engelbert? Kidding me?
These are songs that stand the test of time. They'll be singing them still in 30 or 40 years, I'm sure.
Still alive. 89. He was born in India, Tim.
Was he?
Reading the India Times with you.
Yeah, Times of India. They had the story on Arch Manning and Ryan Wingo hanging out together on Greer Avenue. Martin, you wanted to pay off on a deep tease. Here was the deep tease, Doug.
Okay.
A big name from the Blues' road to the Stanley Cup in 2019.
Okay.
Is in the crosshairs of criticism for an action last night in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Would you like to take a guess at what I'm talking about here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour?
Oh. How about Nico Mikkola?
No.
He was on that team, right? He was on the Stanley Cup team?
I don't believe so.
Bennington.
This was a player who was not on the Blues.
Oh.
I apologize if that wasn't
But
clear.
Trent Frederick was not on the Bruins then?
I just don't know. I just don't.
But you usually are able to do
Can I have an initial, please?
E.K.
E.K. Eric Kramer?
From the Lions, the quarterback, and he ran on the ice during the Sharks series and made a hand pass.
E.K. Ellis Crane? Who is that? Second letter, first name. Evan Crocker.
He's already been referenced with Martin's impression in the 7 o'clock.
Oh, San Jose Sharks.
Yes.
Evander Kane.
Nice.
Oh, Jackson.
Hit the goalpost.
He just didn't hit that post, Doug.
No. Okay.
I don't recall which Blues Sharks game it was. I am virtually certain it was one in San Jose and that the Blues had to have won. But whoever was broadcasting that game, you would have thought that Evander Kane hitting the goalpost was the most significant moment in sports since Jackie Robinson stole home in the World Series. It was brought up constantly. What if Evander Kane hadn't hit the post? Well, last night, as the game is way out of hand at the end, and it is a sweat-free countdown for the Panthers to win their back-to-back Stanley Cup, Evander Kane's out there chasing Matthew Tkachuk around, being a banty rooster with about a minute left in the game. 2 minutes left in the game.
Just slashed him.
So I was thinking, I wonder how this is going to play in the handshake line. And we never found the answer out because Evander Kane, he of hitting the goalpost for the Sharks in 2019 against the Blues, now a member of the Oil, decided to skip the Stanley Cup tradition of the handshake line following the series coming to a conclusion.
Yeah, he got a misconduct there, so he got thrown out. He wasn't even on the bench at the end of the game. I think they threw him out of the game at that when he slashed, so he was probably out of his uniform already by then.
I was just listening to Cam and Strick the other day, and they were talking about the Stanley Cup Finals and players that had gone up a notch reputation-wise, and they added Evander Kane being more likable now.
Well, that's pretty bush league, isn't it? When your team is hopelessly defeated in the last minute, you start slashing players on the other team?
Absolutely. And it's so, and to me, it's so rare in the game that has a culture where even if you hate the team and you're obviously, as close as you can get to, sports-wise, depressed while you were experiencing that countdown, especially on the road, you're miserable, the building is ecstatic, and then you go out there and you start slashing. That's just not the way that it's usually done. If you want to get some retribution, whenever you're playing them against the Panthers the next season, go there, but not at that moment. That's just not the way that it is. And then the hand, yeah, sure, he's off the ice, but he didn't have to, get undressed and get into street clothes. It's a minute left. Yeah, crap. And that's how I view it.
Well, if you have so little class that you're going to slash people when the game is over, you probably have that same no-class attitude when it's time to step out there and be a man and shake hands. So maybe it's not that surprising he wasn't there.
It's a bad look.
Mm-hmm. He also picked up a slashing penalty early in the game against Bob.
And Bob survived the early
Mm-hmm.
questioning, the line of questioning after game one. The awkward. That's what I remember about this Stanley Cup Finals kicking off with the really bad question to Bob. And then they rallied.
You know what I notice, and maybe it's just me, is that we've got an awful lot of very talented, popular Russian players, and here's our arch enemy really as a nation, and people just embrace the Russian players like it's nothing, as they should. Mm-hmm. And the players seem thrilled to be here, and the fans seem thrilled to have them here, and yet the two countries have been, mortal enemies for half a century. You wonder how an American player would be treated over there.
Well, all you have to do is watch the documentary Rocky IV. And
the documentary Rocky IV.
And the way that Rocky Balboa was treated in his comeback win against Ivan Drago.
How was he treated? I forget.
Not real good. They talked to me real mean and stuff.
The Soviet crowd, including the premier, who I believe was supposed to look like Mikhail Gorbachev, Martin, began standing and cheering and chanting Rocky's name. So
really?
Even at the time, Soviet Union was pulling for the United States to win the Cold War.
So you think that kind of opened the door?
I believe that was the movie.
Yeah. And then Alexander McGillney came here and became the Russian Rocket. Was he the Russian Rocket? I think he was the Russian Rocket.
Yeah. It just seems like there's no politics whatsoever in the game, which is a great thing. It's nice to see Russian players skating around and fans on their feet cheering for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just an observation, that's all.
And a good one at
now.
that.
And now a Russian-born player is our all-time goals leader, Ovi.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't imagine those guys have much intention of going back.
I think Graham Benzinger went to Ovechkin's
house
he did.
That was
Russia.
Great.
Really?
He jumped into like a freezing lake with him.
Yeah.
They were nude.
Oh, they were nude?
Yeah, I don't know.
I remember Tarasenko saying what he loved about St. Louis was that we had so many parks. He said, I've never seen so many parks.
Probably love Francis Park. Yeah. Tim, I couldn't agree with you more. You're so right, per usual. Totally on brand. Yeah. Evander Kane is trash, and he cannot sleep with my wife. That is from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. That's a very short list, but Evander Kane is on a list of people who cannot sleep with the recovering alcoholic's wife, Doug.
I was just in my folder here looking back at some balloon party, so what'd your grandma think audio clips.
Oh, really?
And I found one from Leon Draisaitl. And I thought right now would be an appropriate time to play it, considering the Oilers lost. This is not from last night, but it's pretty outstanding.
Okay.
Would you like to expand on that?
No. You can do that. You know everything.
Why are you so pissy, Leon? Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just answering your...
Yeah, you are. Whenever I ask you a question.
I gave you an answer.
Not very good one.
When was that?
Wow.
When was that?
That was as close to you don't know pitching.
2022, I believe.
Wow. I like that exchange a lot because they're both holding their own.
That might have been the inaugural So What'd Your Grandma Think on Balloon Party.
It was him, or it was that, or Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway went off on the reporters once, and that was really going. But the Draisaitl one.
And I feel like that relationship's not going to improve based on the exchange.
No. That's probably the end of that.
Connor McDavid is a free agent following next year. Now, they can't extend him this offseason, and I think one of the whole angles to Doug Armstrong on Broberg and Holloway was knowing what the Oil was up against with the talented roster that they have. But Connor McDavid and Draisaitl, friend of So What'd Your Grandma Think, both now back-to-back Cup losses. First time that's happened since the 1970s with the Bruins, and before that, the Blues in their first 3 years.
It's kind of an unintended negative consequence of having star players. Is you got to pay them so darn much you can't afford some other players around them.
Good for the Blues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's worked out for them.
The TMA remote lamp says, "What'd your grandma think is bad?" That is
Whoa.
Those are fighting words, and the look on little Jackie Paper's face indicates that before he goes to Cape Cod for the weekend, he might scrap with the TMA remote lamp.
No, it's the best. It's hilarious. Mixing it up, it's a long season, tempers get high. It's good stuff.
But why was Graham Benziger nude?
I don't believe he was nude, for the record.
He wasn't. Okay.
But he did go running into a cold lake on Ovechkin's property with him somewhere in Russia. Martin, I don't know.
Does it ever get toasty over there?
I don't know if that was summer or winter, but it didn't look like
they had the Olympics, the Winter Olympics there. Wasn't the problem was it was too warm? It was like in the 60s. It was like too warm.
Oshie and Sochi?
Sochi, yeah.
TJ putting on a show with Vlad in the stands.
I don't ever intend to jump into a cold lake.
What about in Russia?
Not there, not anywhere.
It's 70 degrees right now in Sochi.
The ice is melting, I think.
Looks like it's going to be an outstanding week in Sochi. Nothing
Really?
65, 75, and sunny.
Could be better than here.
Yeah.
Corey Perry now with finals losses with 4 different teams. What a loser douche. That's from the Shrewsbury Seed Sniffer. He did win the Chalice with Anaheim in 2007, but since then he has been on a losing streak.
Did he score like 10 goals this postseason?
At 40 years old, too.
And helped get 4 different teams to the finals. But he's still a loser douche?
You tell that TMA remote lamp to meet me at the Starbucks. That's from Clark W. Griswold, who was to fight the TMA remote lamp for Jackson.
But he didn't say which Starbucks.
I think it's assumed that it's the one on
in Webster?
No, Lindbergh and Clayton.
Mr. Licks is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He's texting in saying, okay, I guess we're not going to take any other calls today.
I haven't seen anyone call in.
All right. Martin, you always enjoyed Mr. Licks calls in because that means Matt Holliday is going to call in. That's the way that it works. 314-974-0101.
So is he getting Larry Nickel? Is that what you're saying?
That Jackson's blocking Mr. Licks and Matt Holliday from this program? I know Stephen Matz is on the Stiefel dossier, along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. You can always text in, and starting here in, just 13 days, you can get your text inbox name saved at 314-399-9646. And, of course, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Mr. Licks is now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Licks.
I had to fly public a couple weeks ago, and it was the worst experience of my life.
Oh, where were you going?
That's for me to know.
Okay, sorry.
These are kind of a private.
This is starting to feel like the dry side interview.
Is that it?
A lady rubbed her foot on the back of my arm.
Why? Was that like a kink thing, or was that an accident thing?
I looked back, and it was just your typical obnoxious American.
What is that? It's your feet.
The lady behind you extended her foot?
It was the worst feeling of my life.
Oh, come on.
It was
Foot Fetish Friday.
It made me want to throw up. It was her. She had a sock on, and it was warm.
No.
It was a warm
that's not
sensation
that's
on
not
my tricep.
Martin, just scientifically, that would stand a reason.
Mm-hmm. So she was seated in the chair behind you and extended her foot to hit your shoulder. Is that what happened?
The back of my arm, like my bare skin.
Oh.
I sat in the third row in the aisle so I could get out of there as quickly as possible. And this lady rubbed it multiple times. I took a picture, sent it to Mr. 10,000. He said, that's what you get. So.
What does he mean, that's what you get?
Well, it's a public bus in the sky. So
okay.
You're going to have to know what you're signing up for.
Did you speak to this woman? Did you tell her to knock it off?
No, I don't like interacting with the general public.
Okay.
I will say people should keep their shoes on the airplane.
How about that take, Doug?
People,
I think that's a reasonable take.
You can relax literally everywhere. Let's just be a little more self-aware on an airplane.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey, Jackson, have you guys already talked the Caitlin Clark sitch?
Brian Henson was there.
Yeah, we're going to have Henson's report coming up.
Did you give your take on it, Jackson?
No. Not much of a take, and not really much of a take to have.
Sophie Cunningham played enforcer.
Yeah, it's great to see. MIZ.
Do you support Sophie Cunningham's actions last night?
Sure. Yeah. It's okay to get chippy. Okay. It's a physical sport.
Okay. I appreciate that take. I'll move on. I thought you'd take middle of the road, like establishment supporter guy, but I appreciate that.
Gosh. This guy.
Is
that it?
Constantly supporting.
Could you pick up the pace a little?
Whether it's the PGA or the NBA or the WNBA.
Okay.
There's a thing going on in Ladue and Clayton that I am calling the trash can wars. So people are building houses for their trash cans. And it's like a race to who can have the nicest trash can house. I'm very much enjoying it.
Huh. I don't follow. Yeah, you know, I live south of Manchester, so I can't relate to this. What's going on?
Well,
yes, where you put your trash cans on the street, right?
Correct.
Just out in the open. Mm-hmm. We don't like that. We don't like to see the trash cans. We want to pretend that they don't exist. And so we've built these houses for the trash cans proper, so that when they leave the garage, actually some you don't even take from the garage to the house. That's just their permanent residence. I think they even get insurance for them. And I saw one over the weekend that had AC, so that it keeps, flies out. It doesn't get too hot and stinky in there.
For heaven's sake.
Isn't this just like a quasi shed?
I would not. I would be careful using the word shed, Jackson. It's in the poor trash person has to come and open the door to get to the. They can't just.
It's got to be a hindrance.
Yeah, it is a hindrance. Yeah, I'm very much enjoying it. And if you have a trash can house, I'd like you to call in and describe it to us. The roofs on these things are amazing. And then the last thing I'll say is that the fan page is the loneliest and saddest place on earth.
Well, that could be.
Doug, you found a common ground with Mr. Licks.
You may have finally stumbled upon something here.
God, I hate agreeing with you in any form.
This fan bot keeps posting, and people comment. There's like 20 comments replying to an AI post. And all these people are they're not even interacting with each other. They just post and then move on. Like they're talking to AI bots.
Damn pay.
And do these people not have real humans in their lives that they can talk to, that they go to?
Tim, did you see what happened on the fan page last night?
Well, it's starting to piss me off.
Is it really? What are you going to do about it?
Call in and complain.
Okay.
I understand that. Licks, I'm trying to figure out a way to have a place for TMA listeners to gather and talk it over, because I would enjoy interacting with the audience. But as long as anonymity, or as Jackson calls them, Hoosier Trojan horses, can exist, I don't know if that place can really exist in 2025 internets.
I would agree with that. It would be very challenging and difficult.
People have suggested
It'd be
Discord.
very challenging.
Any of you guys use Discord at all? Nurse? No, nobody? Yeah, I don't know. Hell, I don't know.
No, but I would be open to that too. I think all 7,200 people on the fan page, I probably don't want to interact with, but there's probably like 6 people that I would enjoy talking to.
No, maybe just put a group text together.
Yeah, that would be nice. Just rational discussion instead of people commenting nonstop. What's the most memorable sports St. Louis event you've attended? And just comment after someone just said Game 6. Someone just said that. Like, who are these people? Like, are these bots replying to the post?
Doug, are the
someone
bots
said the Tushy booth.
Yeah, that was at Belle Reve 2018 off of 12, I think.
I don't know.
12.
I don't know. If it upsets you, don't go on it.
Do you guys like how J.J. Spahn only needed, was it Victor Hovland's putt to read that putt he sunk?
Yes, he had a Doug called it a teach.
Mm-hmm.
But he only needed one look at it. And when you guys played Nagel, you had 5 reads and still sometimes missed the putt.
Well, we're not PGA pros either, are we?
Sure.
Okay, that's enough of this.
Doug's gone.
All right, knock him off. Get off this station. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the buzzer.
Mm-hmm. Hate to do it. I mean, you take a lot, but then at some point you got to say,
For God's sake, send his call! I hate rich people!
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
What a miserable F! Hang up on this asshat! It's from the 636. God, this guy's the most try-hard, unfunny dill hole ever!
Oh.
Stop taking his calls!
Gosh.
It's from the Concord Caulk.
Okay.
I enjoyed the one that said, Licks, you've got something stuck in your teeth. Go check your reflection on a bumper on Highway 70.
Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just answering your.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
Or I ask you a question.
I gave you an answer.
Not very good one.
What do you care? By the way, Pavel Bure was the Russian rocket. A lot of people pointed that out. I said, McGillney, I apologize. I'm going to take some time off starting at 10.
Oh.
Russian rocket was Pavel Bure. And then one person said, you sound like an ass.
Oh, no.
So I apologize for getting that wrong. And
Jackson, you are taking some time off Friday and Monday, am I correct?
Yes.
This Cape Cod weekend, sweet, sweet Kai's wedding.
Yep. We'll just be reflecting like the Dickens.
Are you flying up there with some friends?
Yeah. Yep.
Oatmeal? Private Citizen Pete?
Me and my buddy Mark. We'll be
Mark?
heading. Yeah, no, I don't have a good enough
Who
nickname
is this
for him.
stranger Mark? He sounds tall.
He's like one of my closest, if not my closest friend. I've known, like, we've been best friends since we were
your foot on
7.
his elbow?
No, he is 6'6" though, so sometimes it's difficult.
You were right. He is tall.
He sounds tall. Yeah, I don't think that will be an issue, but you never know. If someone puts their foot on me, it's going to be a big problem.
Oh, really?
Big problem.
You'd get in a fight on a plane?
I would politely ask, can you remove that Tootsie?
That's how you would say it?
Yeah. And if you could, sheath it, like put it in a shoe.
Sheath it, Doug.
Sheath the foot. Wait, did he say her foot was unsocked?
Not unsocked, but socked. That's actually that's as bad.
Okay.
It's just nasty. Like, please just keep your shoes on. Like, if it's a domestic flight, like 2 hours, you really can't go 2 hours without taking your shoes off and fiddling with your every orifice you have. Like, come on.
Does seem to be a lot of fights on airplanes these days.
Yeah, tensions are high.
Yeah.
Well, I'm scanning the text line, Tim.
I always like when Martin is
I'm just looking. I'm doing a little audit to see if anyone offered Licks their support, and I don't think I've found one.
I'm a huge Licks guy. I really like his calls.
Stand alone.
He is a polarizing force in the TMA world, that is for certain. Perhaps the most polarizing caller to the program since Timberfake, I would tell you.
It's his wealth that get people.
Yeah,
Rambo, OMG, just turned the station. I'll be back in a bit when it's worth listening to. This is horrible. He's a moron from Rambo.
Okay.
Finally, thank you, Doug, because you finally, you pulled the plug.
Oh, yeah.
There were requests for the buzzer much earlier, Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson's a Licks guy through and through.
Oh, yeah, well, I want to give runway, much like the Redbirds.
Nolan Gorman didn't get the start last night, Doug. You can get involved on the program so many different ways to do so. 314-374-9740-101. I'll just give out numbers and you can guess if they're right or not.
Just hammer on that keypad until you hear us.
314-399-9646 is how you can text in. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 239 friends, including Roscoe P. Coltrane, Dr. Xander Malanthrop, J.C. Penney, chat support, and the Huntley Hotwife Hunter are all on there talking it over with Ken Iggy Strode about his match against Mr. Licks in the 2023 Fan Page Club Championship. Kind of a 30 for 30.
Okay.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. Right. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Ed Herman was in here yesterday talking about Rafael Devers, and he will want to hear this next segment, Martin, because Rafael Devers has a different approach in the Bay Area than he did in Boston. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. They are local, so if you need a personal injury attorney, you want somebody who knows the legal environment of the market, and that's where Brown and Crouppen comes into play. Since 1979, when they were founded here in St. Louis, they have put St. Louis and St. Louisans first. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. When you talk to them, let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Universal Windows Direct has an offer for you here in the month of June to take advantage of UWD's proposal to say, you know what? We realize that many times you don't have the priority of getting your windows taken care of, and then it falls to the bottom of the checklist. Well, they want you to move it to the top of the checklist by incentivizing you to take advantage of this time to finally check that box with Universal Windows Direct. One of the easiest decisions you can make. Right now, they're running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year, and that gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. It's Universal Windows Direct. If you are feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up, or you're just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give Universal Windows Direct a call. Schedule your free assessment and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Trust me, you'll be so glad you did. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Jackson's music theme is songs Doug would enjoy?
Songs for Doug.
Songs for Doug.
Songs for Doug.
You love Earth, Wind, and Fire, don't you, Doug?
Sure, yeah.
Who doesn't?
That's
a big Frank vehicle. Earth, Wind, and Fire. But it has been pointed out, Jackaroo, that it's Paul McCartney's birthday. Which
is it really? I looked at music birthdays today. I didn't see Paul McCartney. I didn't see Paul McCartney.
He's too old.
Well, Doug, you like Paul McCartney?
Well, sure.
All right.
He's younger
Songs for
than
Doug.
Engelbert Humperdinck. He's younger than Johnny Mathis.
83?
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go. I'll take some wings.
I got a couple big Beatles movies coming out in the next couple of years.
No, what's going on?
They're doing one for each of the members. A specific movie, all directed by Sam Mendes, him of American Beauty fame.
Boy, I love that American Beauty. Anybody see it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Scott Bakula, Kirkwood's own, the neighbor.
That's right.
Kirkwood's own. I like the drive-thru when he's working the drive-thru.
That's great.
Wes Bentley, Doug, of North Little Rock, who would later star in Yellowstone.
Oh, is that right?
Okay. Of course, Kevin Spacey. We're trying to get him as a surprise guest, I believe.
I think he's available.
Be a surprise to a lot of folks. I told that story. He was on one of those junkets. Could not have been more fun. And he started, he goes, Marty, my boy, how's St. Louis? I'm like, oh, great. He goes, I've been there many. I'm like, oh, he's just making up stories. And they started talking about how he did work for Anheuser-Busch.
Wow.
And he's like, oh, I've been to the Landing. I've been to the Loop. He started mentioning all these St. Louis spots. And shortly after that, he disappeared.
Well, he tried to have his way with a few folks, apparently.
I think Bill Maher's defended him, though, saying that most of the accusations didn't stick. I believe, yeah.
Well, that'll make it perfect when he joins us as a surprise guest on the Callier and Thompson.
We're gonna put him on. I've got Stan Kroenke, Shad Khan, Victor Kaya may or may not be alive.
Yeah, I think he might have passed.
Kevin Spacey. Okay.
Rarely to get radio wars between the guy broadcasting the games for the team and the team, but we got a little bit of that going on. Doug, Michael Kay is not happy with the Yankees being held scoreless for 3 straight games. Here is the Yankees broadcaster.
And here's the payoff. Swing and a miss, and that will do it. As the Yankees get shut out for the 3rd straight time, only the 7th time in the franchise's history, which started in 1903, that they've been shut out in 3 consecutive games, 29 straight scoreless innings. And when you see a lineup with this sort of talent base, it's almost incomprehensible that they have been shut down to this extent.
Boom. Nice snack.
Well, that was reasonable, I thought.
Yeah, that wasn't like takey.
No.
I think for like a broadcast on the actual broadcast.
And isn't that a shame?
Yeah.
That
it's about as scathing as one could get.
That is it as scathing as one could get.
Yeah.
Because you probably cannot do that if you are relatively new to the role in 2025. Now, Michael Kay, he's been doing it a long time for the Yanks, so different deal.
So when you're new and you're calling the game and they've lost 5 in a row, shut out 3 straight,
which is crazy.
Then you
with that lineup,
then you sign off with, hey, they got shut out, but no big deal. They'll be back tomorrow and raring to go.
Balloon party. Like it'd be kind of like wow, they lost 3 in a row, not shut out, like not score a run. And that was Paul Goldschmidt also who struck out to end that game.
You want to hold him accountable?
No, he seemed like a very wonderful human.
Yeah, pretty much all he did in that clip is give facts.
Right.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Was it mislabeled on the dossier? I didn't see that.
Here is what it was labeled as in the Stiefel dossier. Michael Kay with some strong comments as the Yankees are held scoreless for the 3rd straight game. It piqued my interest. This program's also called Honesty in Media, Doug.
It is.
Full transparency. I thought it would be a little more scathing.
Biting. Yeah.
But no. I want you to come here. Come here. Touch my hand.
Oh gosh.
Put
come
your foot
on
up
now.
on the dais.
Yeah.
Do this in the break.
Unsheath.
By 2025 play-by-play for the team standards, that was critical.
Yeah, and it's with Michael Kay, it's a little different because he also hosts a radio show where he gets much more scathing of topics, as New York radio hosts are wont to do. So that was from the straight broadcast that he is, the Yes Network broadcast.
We got people going yesterday when Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen was in here talking about Rafael Devers and taking his side and saying that the Red Sox screwed up that situation. Rafael Devers made his debut last night with the Giants, went 2 for 5, Doug, and then before the game was asked about where he is willing to play in the field. And this is what he said, quote, "They're the men in charge. I'm here to play wherever they want me to play."
Seems reasonable, too.
So his tune has changed now that he has flown across the country and joined the Giants.
It must be clear that he just didn't like someone in Boston at all.
That was my
There was a
takeaway.
manager or a GM or a president or an owner somewhere along the line. He didn't want to be there.
Right, that there was likely more than just the position change.
Giants manager Bob Melvin said that they're going to have him at DH and first base, and they started working him yesterday at first.
Which was sort of the premise here, is that it's not unreasonable. It may not be the best scenario, but not unreasonable that a big leaguer could suddenly move over to first. And it seems the willingness factor was the issue. In Boston, screw you. I don't like how you treated me. Screw you. You don't want to help out the club. You're gone. Immediately goes to the new team. Hey, whatever you need. Immediately.
I wonder how that makes him feel in Boston.
Well, take a listen. We've got a variety of people. What is we got here? Papelbon, Sam Kennedy, and Craig Breslow?
Papelbon talking about those two gentlemen. This is on foul
Papelbon talking about it. Okay.
Yeah, this is Jonathan Papelbon, foul territory.
He was playing for himself and himself only, and I think that the players said it best. They were asked about it. Sam Kennedy, president, and Craig Breslow, GM, came into the clubhouse in Seattle and wanted to give the team an explanation, and everybody on the team said, "We don't need an explanation. Let's roll. Let's get on with the show." That, to me, says volumes. You don't rebuke the man that signed your checks. It's pretty simple. When you make that kind of money, you're willing to do whatever it takes to help the team. It's a sad way of going out for Rafi Devers.
Base hit.
Yeah, well knocked.
So Papelbon stands with you, Doug. So they're in Seattle, so they're saying team management came in to say, hey, let's talk about this, and they're like, we're good. He seems to be indicating that maybe the teammates were also getting tired of things.
Oh, yeah. How could you not? That's not the guy you want on your team with the behavior that, no, I'm going to do what I want to do. You want me to play a position? I'm not going to.
Now, Ed's point, I've seen some articles about the dysfunction in Boston. It does seem like maybe they mucked the whole thing up. But once something happened, they're, all right, can we get past it? And it seemed they couldn't get past it.
No.
But I love that they show, hey, whatever you need, whatever the team needs. It was a polar opposite of what was taking place in Boston. Day one, whatever you guys need.
And guess who the Giants play this weekend?
Boston.
That's right.
Really?
That's right.
In San Fran?
I believe it's in San Francisco, yes.
Oh, it would have been better for some.
I know.
Oh, my God.
Screw Devers. Let's see Doug in tight baseball pants. That's from Doug's Grease Missiles. That's something that you would like to accommodate on the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel.
I don't have any with me now.
I do like the tighter baseball pants.
Put that off.
Why?
I think it's a better look. Down low, too, not the high socks.
You don't want to see any socks.
I like to see a little, but down all the way. Like tapered pants, yeah. Better than like the baggy pants of days prior.
Bartolo Colon. Maybe
Big sexy.
Maybe keep them a little loose.
He had to have baggy pants.
Yeah, sometimes it's a necessity.
One of the funniest plays I've ever seen is somebody hit a line drive, hit him right in the gut, and he didn't even feel it. It just kind of squirted out.
Yeah.
He calmly picked it up and threw the guy out.
In fairness, he had one of the smoothest behind the back throws to first I've ever seen in my life. That lays a bunt down the first base line. He throws it behind his back to the first base. It's so smooth.
Your thoughts on bunt fielding? 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can get involved. In addition to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA-STL. John Score says Jackie likes the tight pants, and the TMA remote lamp wants to know how much REM sleep I got last night.
Oh, gosh.
Because Johnny Cake said, Tim, how'd you sleep last night? That's the YouTube.
So how did you sleep?
Hour and 20 minutes of REM sleep.
Okay. And what's optimal?
My average is about 100 minutes. That's a little down. I had 3 hours and 15 minutes of restorative sleep. Any? You have your numbers up?
No, I don't worry about that stuff. What I do is lie in bed, close my eyes, and then when I wake up, I get up out of bed. And that's about as much as I think about it.
Do you like to think on the way here, how much restorative sleep did I have?
Yeah. And then if they ask in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you'll have the answer for it.
So you just eyeball it?
I do, yeah. Imagine that.
And then, Jackie, when you're face down in the pillow, are you having restorative sleep?
I told that to Jamie Rivers in between our conversations
How'd it
yesterday.
come up?
I don't remember.
Yeah, that is an odd topic to come up.
I don't know how it came up, but I did mention to him that I sleep face down.
How'd it come up?
He
Wow,
found
it sounds like an invite.
He found that quite interesting. Well, that was kind of his follow-up. It was like, quite inviting. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. That's just how I sleep. So, yeah, that did come up yesterday.
I just worry about your breathing.
And while I know you're not living in sin, I would imagine at one point or another over the last couple of years, you have shared a bed in your chambers with the love of your life. What are her observations when she looks over and there's a carcass with a face in a pillow?
The first time, she was a little alarmed. Is that really?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I was, yeah. She was like, is that really how you sleep all night?
And are your arms just straight down like you're a tin soldier? Just lying there?
I always say it's like I look like I'm taking a charge. So if you were to take a charge
Arms
and lie down,
extended.
no,
Side.
no,
Soldier.
like
No.
in front of my
Cross.
my front half,
So you're lying on your arms.
on my hands.
You're
Yeah.
sleeping on your hands.
I
face
usually
first
wake
in the
up with
pillow.
a-
Can you
with a-
send us a picture at some point?
Okay.
Yeah.
You missed your opportunity when we were down in Jupiter. You could have saw it with your own two eyes.
Wow, sounds like another invite.
A little bit creepy. I already snuck into your room to steal your aspirin.
My fruit salad.
Turned into like ADD and hair medicine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to elder
It's
and
a wild
Advil.
cocktail. Yeah.
Doug, we have an image sent in, of course, from London, where people are listening to the program. Listening
because the
live.
Rams used to go there.
That's right. Listening live from London on the TMA app, 80 degrees and sunny. Doug, the sundresses are out in full force, but the bras are not. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider with a picture as he listens from London.
Okay.
This is a global show now, I think.
You're there on vacation and you're listening to this. You're listening to how Jackson sleeps on his hands. Go see the Tower Bridge.
Doug, it's time for a
Go
roll
see-
call. Earlier, there was a Costa Rica text. Somebody listening in Costa Rica. Now we've got London.
Yep.
Text in. Roll call. Where are you listening?
Do you listen to local radio yourself when you're on vacation?
I go back and listen to clips of the show.
Really? While on vacation?
It's just a way of reviewing game film. Like, okay, my tease
Okay.
was good there in segment 8-2. Could have been better at 8-3. I like my vocal inflection when I threw it to that soundbite. Could have been a little more peppy, like a Mr. Licks call, for example.
I see. Okay.
Jackson always makes me a mixtape for travel. It just drops. Little cassette, two-sided cassette.
2 hours straight of drops.
Drops.
Yeah.
Doug, you should get around 7 hours of total sleep. 25% should be REM sleep to keep mentally refreshed, and 25% should be deep sleep for physical refresh. How about that? It's in the 5 stars. Another doctor, Martin. They're everywhere.
They're piping it through the hospital.
Well, is that news that you should sleep to restore yourself? Are we just now discovering that?
This
and Nicki
show is-
Minaj mixed fusion Moscato.
What about that? That helps you. That helps you sleep as well.
Tim, DJ Patty Cakes is in North Carolina.
How about that?
Crystal whatever, Eureka, Quad Cities, and somebody's in Iran.
Yeah, how about that?
Be careful.
Yeah, and while you're settling in, you're streaming this program.
I think the press told you to clear out.
Did you see the video of all the cars driving away on the highway? Oh, my goodness. It went as far as the eye could see.
Wow. Indiana, Denver. Yeah.
Good afternoon from the Amalfi Coast. You guys are huge in Sorrento, and it's a picture, Doug, from the Amalfi Coast.
That is really nice.
We have well-heeled listeners. This is a disposable income factory. That's what this program is. This is for high earners. This is a Central Corridor special. It only is piped in through right around Highway 40.
So the Amalfi Coast, what do you think? It's about 3:30, 4 o'clock over there-ish?
Yeah. You're having a little taste.
Yeah, a little
You're
vino.
enjoying this program.
Oh, yeah.
What would be better than that?
I spent 4 years in San Francisco.
Rafael Devers. All right, well, I'll take a commercial break. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
I don't think that's how you pronounce it.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Talking about all of our listeners who are listening in different locales. How about you hop on a plane, then text in from Florida or from Vegas or from Hilton Head, Knoxville, Gulf Shores. You can get to all those great destinations at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. They're located in Mascot, Illinois. FlyMidAmerica.com is the website. So many great spots to go to: Fort Lauderdale, Destin, Fort Myers, wherever you're headed. Great pricing with Allegiant Airlines, and then the convenience that you get at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Parking less than $10 a day. You get from your car to the gate in under 15 minutes. How about that? Easy access, great prices, great destinations. Gulf Shores, one of the new additions. Last year, Knoxville was added. They just continue to find more locations for you to travel out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Find out what people are buzzing about, these great trips at a great price and the convenience. It's Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book online at FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. And this just in, former Missouri kicker Harrison Mevis has been signed by the New York Jets.
That was yesterday, but it's okay.
13 minutes ago, Martin. And that's what I'm reading. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's official. Harrison Mevis heading to the Jets. Thicker kicker time, baby. In Gotham City. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, really unfortunate. Nope. So we enjoy what birthday is this?
83rd.
83rd birthday for Paul McCartney on Songs for Doug here at TMA. 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna sponsor the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. That Jackson Sports Center update was that Harrison Mevis is signed with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And
nice little update.
Martin just jumped in and dunked on him and said, well, that happened yesterday.
I don't think it was official until the New York Jets tweeted it out 28 minutes ago.
Okay. Well, the story broke yesterday because I had it on the 2 Fox yesterday afternoon, and I'm not here to disparage your updates, but when you said this just in, it caught my attention.
I actually stopped scrolling Instagram.
I thought there was something big happening, but God bless the thicker kicker. Joining Brady Cook in camp.
Yeah.
It's like Mizzou East over there.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. 28 minutes ago, the Jets tweeted out.
Okay.
Sorry, I wait for the team that actually signs him to give the news.
Well, they'll be.
I saw the tweet yesterday, Jackson. That's from Hottie Toddy.
I'm seeing that, but the Jets didn't tweet it out until 28 minutes ago.
Well, I know. A lot of times word gets out and then it's official later, but it's fine. It's totally. God bless the thicker kicker for his opportunity to be.
All right, everyone's getting NBA updates for the rest of it. Until I leave for Cape Cod, I'm going to speculate on, I'm going to talk about the Desmond Bain trade,
Ooh, Doug, what do you think about that?
I didn't think he'd get traded.
Crazy.
Why would they do that? I actually wanted to ask you about that off air.
Real True Sons knew it yesterday, Jackie. That's in the Crystal City Claim Hammer.
It's fine.
I wait for the official word.
Tim, they're listening in Tennessee, El Paso, Illinois, Festus, Punta Cana, and we have a picture. The Veiled Prophet is on a boat in Finland. How about that?
You think they're just making this up?
What? When they send in pictures of their wives, those are really their wives.
I think they're just making it up to sound like they're vacationing all over the world. Finland is probably Fenton.
I don't know. There's a picture. Look like a Mr. Ripley's out on a boat with his feet up. I'm listening for the trunk of the self-made Ledoux mom.
Oh, yeah.
Self-made in a trunk. Somebody said they're in Doug's boy dungeon.
Well, that's great news because Stephen Matz is on hold right now from the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, would you say he's calling in from the south side of Chicago or in the same hotel that they stay in when they play the Cubs? We're going to find that out right now, Martin, because you love logistics. Joining us now, Cardinal pitcher Stephen Matz. Morning, Stephen.
Good morning, guys.
We have a logistics question, if you don't mind. When you guys play the Cubs, do you stay in the same hotel as when you play the White Sox?
That is right. We actually are in the same hotel as the Milwaukee Brewers who are playing the Cubs right now.
Oh.
That's a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Some tension from the weekend.
Yeah, chirp them on the elevator.
Yeah.
That's a first for me. That's a first.
Have you run into any of the Brewers?
Yeah, guys are. Guys are up getting breakfast. You're in the elevators with them, so it's definitely interesting.
Would it be bad form to hang out with any of them, to have lunch or something with them, or is that frowned upon?
It's probably not bad for him. Wilson's got his brother over there, so I'm sure they're getting together. I'm not sure, but
yeah, that makes sense. Well, big night for the Cardinals last night, 12 runs. Nice to see the bats come alive. Everybody must be feeling pretty good about how the game went.
Yeah, that was a good game. We needed that one. We needed we were talking on the bullpen out there, and it would be nice to just go ahead and open this thing up, and that's what they did. So it was a good win to get us back on track.
When you can tell with Donovan out, they just missed that bat. There's a guy, he just hits. I mean, have you ever faced him? I think they would know, but you wouldn't want to face a guy like that, I would think, because he just puts it in play.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. He has a plan up there, and he's driving the ball. He's giving you he's doing what you give him to. He's going the other way. He's putting it over the second of his head. He's driving it. So he's just he's really kind of found his knack this year. I mean, he's been good every year, but especially this year, it's been fun.
As a team, when you go through that stretch, you went 1-7. Things were going well, then it's a bad week. How do you just kind of say, well, it's a long year? And you guys all have played the game, but it still has got to hit you a little bit. But how do you keep it from becoming an even bigger issue?
I think what happened was, we had a little bit of a stretch like this. I think the last time I spoke to you guys, it was, we came back on the road. We had won like one road series or something. Then we went ahead and won 9 in a row. So I think, when you do stuff like that, there's a belief in yourself. We're always right there, right in the mix. We're a good team. We've beat a lot of great teams in series, won the Dodgers series, beat the Phillies. We're right there. We're a good team. So I think there's never any panic here.
Feels like this next week or week and a half is going to be huge when you play the Reds 3 times and then the Cubs 4 times. This could be kind of a make or break stretch for you guys. Is that how you're looking at it?
Yeah, it kind of is. As we're getting closer and closer to the All-Star break, this is going to be a big series. We haven't played the Cubs yet. 4 with them, 4 Cincinnati. I think that's going to be, it's definitely going to be a big week. Kind of leading into that All-Star break.
Steven Matz, our guest here on TMA. He is involved with Big League Impact, and he has joined us throughout the course of the year to talk about his involvement with Big League Impact and what is coming up on July 27th, and that is Big League Impact's Big League Bash with Adam Wainwright. You were just making reference, Steven, to the fact that you guys hadn't played the Cubs yet, which is super weird. You won't see the Brewers outside of in the lobby until September. I'm curious, you've been around long enough to see the schedule change to where everybody plays each other. Do you like having the teams play everybody and not play as much in the division, or do you prefer to see the division rivals more often?
Me personally, I prefer to play everybody. It makes it more fun going. We're going to Seattle this year. Going to different places. Went to Yankee Stadium last year. For me as a player, I enjoy that more. But then when you go 2 or 3 months without playing a team in your division, I'm starting to see how there's a little bit of an importance there. So I'm kind of in between on that. But I think as a player, just from just in a vacuum, I like the way the schedule is. And also like as a starter, felt like when I was with the Mets, I was facing the Phillies 6 times a year, sometimes back-to-back starts, and that could be tough.
How about a day off in Chicago? How did you spend it?
Actually, right after Milwaukee, I actually just took a little flight home, spent the off day in Nashville with my family. So it was a pretty cool thing to do that. It's kind of the benefit of being in the middle of the country there.
You and Sonny Gray share a flight?
No, his family's here in Chicago, so they got to spend the off day here.
Steven's like, you guys really do like logistics.
We really do.
We're big travel.
I really am. Like, Descalzo and Jay were out there playing golf with Brad Thompson, Rick Horton.
Yeah.
I couldn't have been more interested in the whole thing. I don't know what that says.
I almost texted Ernie to find out the hotel situation. I thought, we got Steven coming on. We'll find out.
Ask him.
Exactly right. Very peculiar. How about the season itself, Steven? Are you enjoying the role and having success in it?
I am. It's been a kind of a tough 3 years for me with the Cardinals previous. So to just be an asset for the team, to have some good moments with them, to be healthy and feel good, and it just feels good, especially while we're winning games. So I'm enjoying it. I'm happy with what's going on for me personally.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating to be right in what should be the prime of your career and struggle with injuries. How do you get through all that mentally?
Yeah, it's just it was tough. I got a good support system, got a good family, and everything. So it's really all you can do. Unfortunately, I've been through it a bunch in my career, but like I said, I'm just happy to be healthy, and it just feels good to be an asset to the team now. So.
Yeah, it looks like you're throwing about as well now as you have in a long time. Is that how you're feeling?
I do. I feel like I have a really good game plan. I have my stuff's as good as it's ever been. So. Like I said, I'm happy with that, and it's been good to have some success out there.
And I know you've primarily been a starter. Is there a bullpen where they really give it to you when you're just sitting out there? Have you experienced any of that where the bullpen takes some abuse?
Yeah, as far as like,
The crowd, I'm saying, just kind of barking at you.
Oh, the crowd. It's actually been pretty good. Even in Philadelphia, Philadelphia, they're right on top of you out there, and that Northeast. I know it better than anyone being from up there. That Northeast personality can kind of be a little aggressive, but it wasn't even too bad out there. So I tend, if you kind of look them in the eye and kind of go along with them, they kind of ease up. So.
I like that play. Hey, this is the nature of the beast. You've done it. You've experienced it. And if anything, it's an indication to how well you've been pitching and overcoming the injuries in the past few years. Your name is one of those names that gets mentioned when people start talking about the trade deadline. Now, as you just referenced, you went home to Nashville, so bouncing around is part of the deal. And I realize there's probably a cliche answer for it, but what is it like to be in the middle of trade rumblings with the deadline 6 weeks away?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a emotional roller coaster. I mean, you know that if we're not in the mix, that stuff happens. But I really feel like I've settled into being a Cardinal. I love it here. I love I love living here. It's easy, and I love just teammates and everything. And it's like we've tasted a little of that success this year, and we're like right there. So, it's a little bit of like kind of torn there, but the nature of the beast. And like I said, it feels good to be doing well, to even be in that conversation. So,
who keeps you in the loop on that? Is your agent? I mean, you don't feel like a guy who'd be reading about it.
You're not scrolling Twitter.
Yes.
No, I don't got social media much. But you just kind of know. You kind of understand. This is my 10th year. You kind of know how it goes, and so you don't think about it too much. You just got to go out and compete every day, and that's the bottom line.
Do most of the players avoid social media also, just to keep from hearing the crazy stuff people are saying all the time?
I don't think so. I think guys are on there. It's just kind of the way our society is now. People are it's all over it, but I'm not sure if guys are reading the comments or what, but guys are on there. So
I think that's what Holiday said. We asked him. Remember, Matt Holiday said he thinks it's more prominent now that you're paying attention because you just can't avoid it.
Yeah. I think that's kind of how it is now. It's in your face. You can't really, as far as I know, you can't really filter what you get in there.
If you had thin skin, that could wear you down, I would think.
Yeah, I used to have Twitter when I was in New York, and I got rid of it. It just was pointless. So I feel much better without it.
Yeah,
these people are so kind all the time.
So, Tim, the listeners are all plugged in. They said, Steven, I'm going to be sitting next to the bullpen for the Thursday game. I'll get you a hot dog. I'll trade it for a ball for my 5-year-old. Do you have any requests? Mustard, etc. So there you go.
Wow, this is very thorough.
We're offering
here,
hot
Steven.
dogs for baseballs for a 5-year-old. Do you have a request for your hot dog?
I do like mustard. I do like sauerkraut, so I think that'll be good. Mustard, sauerkraut, maybe some relish.
All right, so they're from the 309, kind of that Peoria area. So let's see if they deliver on their promise. Next time we have Steven on, we'll find out if the hot dog was delivered.
In exchange for baseball.
Man, we just pulled off a trade.
Yeah. Hey, Steven, Big League Impact and the Big League Bash coming up. You are a part of Big League Impact with Cardinal legend Adam Wainwright. What can you tell us about what is on the itinerary, sir?
So Wayno is going to be performing a concert, which we all are going to be excited to see. I think Helsley and a few other guys, myself, will be there on July 27th. So yeah, you're not going to want to miss it. I've gotten some sneak peeks of Wayno singing when he had his guitar in the clubhouse, and it's wonderful. So you're not going to want to miss Wayno singing on July 27th at the Big League Bash benefit concert. A few of us will be there. It'll be a great time.
Yeah, it's coming up at the Factory July 27th. That's Big League Impact and the Big League Bash. You can learn more about that at bigleagueimpact.org. Steve and Matz with us. Cardinals on the south side taking on the White Sox tonight before the Reds, and then 4 with the Cubs next week. That should be fun. Steven, we always enjoy when you come on the program and talk it over with us. Thanks so much for the time this morning.
Take care, guys.
It's Stephen Matz with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Collier and Thompson? I think you do.
I do, and I think everyone else should too, at least anyone who's interested in making their house look better, updating the house, making it more valuable. Collier and Thompson is the place to go. The most important thing about them is, this is a place that you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you. If you need to make any changes, no problem. They'll get that done. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. It's more than just a job for them. They take great pride in the work that they do, and they have been since the 1950s. More than 165 years now of experience with their employees. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have been the owners for more than 20 years now. They're not going to be the cheapest around, but they won't be the most expensive either. What they are is simply the best. They're right there in the sweet spot where if you're really serious about upgrading your home, making your kitchen, your master bathroom, a new basement, going to knock out some walls in the lower level, anything you want to do to your house, Collier and Thompson has the pros that have been doing it for many years and doing it great. You ought to check out their reviews, all kinds of 5-star reviews and testimonials. Here's one right now from Susan Yu. Everyone entering our home was courteous and professional. The lead carpenter from Collier and Thompson was polite, patient, and very talented. He kept us informed. Excellent experience. Beautiful result. Time after time, we hear people say that who've had Collier and Thompson out to their homes to make it look better. So give them a shout. Head out there. Take a look at the showroom. They got more than 10,000 feet of displays to look at. Collier and Thompson is on Baldwin, in Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Martin, I know you have onboarding coming up in 16 minutes. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. It's 9:44 in the St. Louis metropolitan area. But before you go, I think it's important that we tend to clearing the deck in the Stiefel dossier. I think I need your feedback on what is in clearing the deck. In clearing the deck, Jackson poses a question, and it starts off with this, Doug. In the year of our Lord 2025,
didn't need
and that's
that.
all I'm
Really,
going. That's all I'm going to read
that.
now. You'll hear the rest of it on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug on Songs for Doug.
You like Marvin Gaye a lot, right, Doug?
Oh, yeah, I love Marvin Gaye. Yeah.
It's Teammate 101 ESPN. Martin, it's called Clearing the Deck in the Stiefel dossier. Here is the question that Jackson poses not only to the dais, but to the listening audience at 314-399-9646 in the Air Comfort Service text line. And you're welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. Here is the query. In the year of our Lord, 2025, if you listen to an audiobook, can you use the phrase, quote, I read that book? Also, is the, quote, hard copy book guy the same as I only drink black coffee guy? Doug, that is Clearing the Deck, segment 9-3 Stiefel dossier.
Which one are you going to tackle first, Doug?
I guess it's the audio book. No, I don't think you can say you read the book. You heard the book, maybe. It's kind of awkward, but I don't think it's the same.
You consume the information same as you would if you read it.
Yeah.
So you say I listened to that book?
But that's an awkward sentence.
I know.
Well, but that's the true sentence.
But in the year of our Lord, yeah, it's
you didn't read it. That would be a lie. You didn't read it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the best book you recently listened to?
Right. It doesn't have the same panache.
Doesn't hit?
Yeah.
No.
But you're still consuming the information the same. And a lot of people are audiobook and why I bring up the hard copy book guy is Kindles, e-readers in general.
Oh, so that doesn't count then either.
No, that would still count. Like I'm still counting audiobooks as like you're consuming the information.
Kindle totally different than an audiobook? Kindle, you're reading it.
Kindle, you're reading. Yeah,
it is reading the book. A Kindle.
Okay.
Right. I'm saying, but someone who's like, I only buy hard copies, and I should be clear, I only buy hard copies. But
you do.
You do. Is that right?
Get that, but I'm not,
a little higher in the air.
But that's what I'm saying is I'm not like, oh, well, I only would read a hard copy or, you know. And then I say that like the black coffee guy, there is something with people. Some people, I pretty much only drink black coffee. I know, Tim, you say you only pretty much drink black coffee.
Straight black.
But like sometimes you're at a diner with somebody and they're like very bold in their way. Oh, I'll take it black, straight mud, baby. Don't put any.
That's the same guy who insists his steaks be rare.
Yeah,
you're ruining it if it's not rare.
Like, oh, you guys go to Starbucks and then they'll like say something like cappuccino, some drink that doesn't exist, and they'll be like, "You drink that sugary crap. All I drink is black coffee." You know, I think it's the same guy. I think that Venn diagram's a circle.
So you are hard copy book guy.
I prefer hard copy.
And you're black coffee guy.
But I'm not like.
But you ask if it's the same guy.
I'm subtle.
And you
about
are
it.
that same.
But I'm not like in your face about it. You know, like if someone says I listened to the audiobook, I would not judge them any different or consume that any different than people saying I read the book. You did.
JCPenney chat supports in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says Jackson is stealing this from the Rizzuto show. Clearly, the radio wars continue.
Ooh,
I did not. I am unaware. This might surprise some people. We're on at the exact same time, so it's tough on a day-to-day basis for me to know exactly what they're talking about. But if they talked about this, then I actually feel vindicated that this is a topic for other folks.
I see. Okay.
But we are clearing the deck.
Black coffee guy is the same guy as the one who only reads.
It's pretentious. You're saying
that's what you're saying.
You're announcing to people. Like you could be a black coffee guy, but if you have to announce it to everybody,
right?
That's where the pretension comes into it.
And I put rare steak guy in the same boat.
Yeah, that's a growing population.
Is that right? Really?
I think. Yeah.
Like ordering it rare?
I think because people are getting shamed to hell for eating it how they originally like to. By people telling them, no, you have eating it anywhere past medium rare is burning all the protein out of it or something to that extent. I think it's a growing, people ordering it rare. It's growing.
I don't know.
Or I'm going the opposite way.
It's kind of dangerous to eat it rare.
Thinking about making the move to medium well.
I love you morons, but this is a Donnybrook segment. Or if you combined it with the adductor discussion, it's my dad and his old friends having lunch at Pietro's on the third Wednesday of every month. That's from Arbor Day, Doug.
Yeah.
One texter of the year in the last 2 years.
When you get older, that is, you got to really fight talking about your health problems as your only conversation. You got to really fight it. Because at some point, everybody's got something. And as soon as you say, oh, I've got angina. Or agita, or whatever it is. Yeah, someone else will say, well, you should share with my sciatica.
What I don't understand is when old people will say, oh, I can't do Thursday. I've got a doctor's appointment. Like, it's the whole day. Oh, I've got a dentist appointment on Tuesday. Okay, what time?
Might end up being the
8
whole day.
a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
I think our buddy Rich Gould, there was one of the days we were trying to coordinate, and he said, no, pal, I've got a doctor's appointment. I'm like, when? 2 o'clock? 3 o'clock?
Can't make it.
The whole day is consumed. Clearing the deck does not have anything about the Pirates hat that Jackson would like to wear. Like, did you ever clear that
No,
issue?
no, because I think
I burned it so many times.
Chairman keeps wearing his Dodger Boston hat and keeps getting made fun of or been given guff about it. So, yeah. So I
The two Fs?
Yeah, Guff. Sounds right.
Dawson's Creek is also a book snob. Shocker. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
No, far
She
from
lives
it.
in the neighborhood two subdivisions down.
I
Little
believe
Judy
that's the
Suckins.
case.
No, I am not a book snob. I read garbage.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. You read like Hardy Boys or something,
Not
right?
Hardy Boys or
Nancy Drew.
not Nancy Drew. No, but
Richie Rich.
What
but
sort of
modern
garbage?
mysteries? And I've said this before, but they're usually written by like mid-40s British women, and they sell them at Target, and I'm a big fan. They're always at like all these mysteries are like they're at these grand locations, either like a resort or a cruise or a ski lodge, and
The knife was found at Kensington
something
Manor.
goes awry. The lights go out and something goes awry, and we have to figure out what went on. Yeah, I really like that.
If you did an audiobook of those, you would need it to be done in a British voice, right?
Right, but I don't like that. I like actually reading
So the audiobook doesn't do it for you.
I lose focus.
I think it would be more fun, though, if it was the wrong voice, like a guy from Brooklyn reading your British.
Right.
Hey, she left the knife up there in Birmingham, okay?
I agree.
Well, in the year of our Lord, 2025, I think we solved it.
Why did you have to say that in the year of our Lord?
Some people say.
Okay.
Do we talk sports ever on this broadcast? Foot fetishes and book reviews? Is this the Real Housewives of St. Louis?
Oh.
It's from the 573, and they are not happy, Martin, with clearing the deck.
You really let us have it
Just
there.
had a Cardinal ball player on the show, live from Chicago.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TNA.
We need that. We need that bad.
You're still in negotiations with Sharon and Clayton.
Mm-hmm.
From the 217, old people, Martin. You mean you and your friends?
Wow!
That hurts. I need some time off.
Yeah.
From the 217.
Audiobooks are for the dumbs.
I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm an audiobook guy. I take no offense to that. But my reason, like I have a trip to Quincy, Illinois right after the program on Friday. I hope that doesn't come off as unrelatable.
Really? Up there by Hannibal,
Look
across the
at
river.
how Jackson just gasped.
Oh, no.
Will you be in Cape Cod?
No, Quincy. My cousin who you met, Mitch. He went. He played
Mitch the Bomber.
baseball at Quincy.
That's right.
Go Hawks.
And was going to have some of my buddies drive, but the balls are in the air at 2 p.m. in this match. So I got to get right from here to right from there. And I understand the bridge in Quincy is down, so there's some roundabout way. Hell, I don't know. But you know what I'm planning on doing? I'll probably take some calls for some meetings in that time. But otherwise, I'll be listening to books.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love it. That's me. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it.
Oh.
Frank Drebin, 1988's Naked Gun. And now
Instead of
Liam Neeson is doing a reboot.
Yeah.
Instead of driving, why don't you just take a boat up there? Just go right up to the old man. Get yourself a pontoon
You
boat.
against
Go
the
right up to the
current
old
there?
man.
I'm against the current.
Listen
Mark.
to an audiobook.
I don't know if I'd make the tea time. Well,
I don't know.
So when I will drive to Jupiter, we have a family vacation coming up in early July. I was thinking about driving on it. I don't know. I actually find it to be really relaxing to either listen to podcasts or books on Audible.
Yeah, I'm right there.
But if somebody were to say, "Did you read?" Take your pick. It is. I get the semantics of the term "read" when I listened to it.
Right.
So I don't know. So what do you say? I listened to the audio.
Right, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I listen, but you don't want to say. You can also be like, oh, I listened to that book on tape, but it's not on tape, as Doug would point out. It's certainly on your phone.
Right.
So this is a semantics question.
I believe it is.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to say, oh, yeah, I consumed that book. Like, that's a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Tim, the bridge at Hannibal is down. Cross the river at Quincy. But they're connected city. I don't
believe
follow.
so.
I'm sure there's some clear
Can
explanation.
you drive to Hannibal and swim across the river?
I have little pincers. I don't know if I would float.
Across the river.
Hey, Martin, I was in Hannibal yesterday, and the bridge is back open across the river going to Quincy. Oh, that's
Nice.
good.
All right.
That's big.
They wanted to make sure, Tim,
Thank you.
that the bridge would be ready for you.
I would really like to be back at my home by 8:30. I don't know how realistic that is.
Balls in the
That's
air, what
I'm-
time?
For our match is 2 p.m.
Yeah, I think you get home.
All right, Doug. I don't know if that's realistic.
Hannibal is
Be
20
cutting it
miles
pretty close.
south of Quincy, they're saying. So, I don't know. But it's fine.
Hannibal south of Quincy?
Yeah, I guess they're saying it's unrelated. I don't know. Whatever. The bridge is back. Listen to your books. Drink your black coffee.
Right.
Call me old. Don't care.
Perfect summation, Tim. Shocking you would sum it up perfectly. You really are the best. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
Stop it, Tuft.
Anyone hating on audiobooks or hard copies or the Hoosiers who listen to Joe Rogan and do landscaping. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Gosh.
It's harsh. I like the idea.
That was so specific. I mean, so while you're cutting grass, you can hear Joe Rogan? I would think it'd be too loud to be enjoying the podcast.
Well, the earbuds, I guess.
Yeah.
I still think so.
What if the opposite for this show, which you can listen to? What if there was a printout version
Wouldn't
and
that be
you
nice?
read it after the show?
Be cursed.
You'd have no idea what was going on.
I mean, that some Apple podcast that just recently added, they transcribe like every podcast ever, like that's been released with their AI. So everything we say, yeah, you can. It's easier to search for podcasts that way. Actually, it's really helpful.
Good God, Jackson has different opinions than Tim's 1990s simp days. Give the kid some credit. Jackson solid.
I guess I'll take a W where I can get it.
Sure.
I don't know what it meant, though.
I have no idea.
I don't know if it was a compliment to me or you.
I don't know.
Or both?
Yeah,
or a shot at both? Doug, which one was it?
I don't know. I don't know what it was.
I think Kevin Hart in 4-Year-Old Virgin said, you said a bunch of words there I didn't understand, so I'm going to take them as disrespect. And I've subscribed to that theory. I like the idea of audiobooks. I just lose focus. Like when I read, I have to go back and like reread because like for like half a page, I'll space
You're
out.
gone.
Yeah.
And what are you thinking of? Ella Reese's Instagram?
Amongst other things, yeah. Mostly Ella Reese's Instagram and her hikes.
If you text wanted clarity on Doug's what type of angina he had, they were concerned about your well-being.
I can see an audiobook on a long car ride, but I can't see it. I would never do that at home. It's just so much easier, and I'm in the habit of watching TV rather than turning on the radio or having an audiobook.
Jackie in Jupiter, I noticed, had a little book by his bedside.
And didn't he have one in the hammock, too?
Yeah, you were sitting out back reading.
reading outside. Love reading outside. Beautiful day out.
Very
Love
folksy.
This guy's like an English teacher.
Give me a book, a nice little area to set, and I can read like the Dickens. It's
All
like
right.
my favorite thing.
Captain, my captain.
Tim, get made right while you're in Quincy. Doug, what is made right?
Sounds like a diner.
I don't know what that is. Get made right. Improve your swing.
Looks like a
Improve your game.
burgers.
Oh, is that right?
Oh.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I asked
Made
my
right?
wife, I said, I got to play in this thing. I said, how about we take the boys up there and spend the night? And she goes,
She wanted nothing to do with that.
I said, that'd be a nice little...
Oh,
It's a loose meat sandwich.
that's right. It's
Loose meat sandwich is
Loose
a
meat.
made right, Doug. Like a sloppy Joe?
I think it's a sloppy Joe.
It looks like a sloppy
meat.
Joe without the sauce.
Don't say loose meat.
That's what it is. It's a made right copycat is the loose meat sandwich.
I don't like loose meat.
Did you ever get a Juicy
that
Burger
off.
at Lee Street in Columbia, Missouri? It was
Oh,
kind of by the Sigma New house.
Yeah, I went to Lee Street. I never got the burger there.
Juicy Burger, baby. Juicy Burger.
Yeah, it's just a sloppy Joe, right? That's why.
Different tastings, though, than manwich.
Yeah, definitely different.
Doug, you like a
than
manwich?
Not
spicy
really.
manwich.
You kid with the botulism scare?
I think the loose meat might be in Iowa.
Made right is a loose meat Sammy. So good. There's one in Rolla. It's from The Big Show.
I just this whole idea of loose meat concerns me.
It's a Mark Twain dinette.
I like that.
Oh.
A dinette.
There are some little Mark Twain things to see in Hannibal.
So I should stop by myself.
Well, I think you would be disappointed. Maybe
kids
a
would
little
be-
older crowd might appreciate it a little bit more.
Very peppery, Tim. They're warning you now.
Maybe it'll be a post round.
Not a sloppy Joe.
I'll have them in the car while I listen to my audiobooks, or should I say I read my audiobooks
tough, man.
on the way back down.
Get
I'll
it
be
with
eating
pickles and
Maid-Rite.
mustard.
All right, I got a recommendation.
Food suggestions here.
Here's my trip to Quincy. Martin's got onboarding. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We got warm weather here over the next week and a half at a minimum, and you want to be outside to enjoy the summer months? Do so with customizing your outdoor living space with the great folks at Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or in their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. That is Dan and his team. And they really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas and roofs, motorized shade and screens, and under-deck ceilings. They really do have all kinds of options for you to customize that outdoor living space. You see that showroom they have in Chesterfield Valley, and it will open your eyes to what you can do for your home. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Oh, my. Whew. What year do you think on this?
70-something?
Yeah, I would go 70s.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm 1982 and everything after.
Okay.
78.
And the artist, of course, is...
Exile.
And these are songs for Doug? Doug, you enjoy Exile? I didn't know.
Well, I didn't. I'm a song-by-song guy. I'm not one band. I like everything they do.
What about the Thriller
I
album,
like this
bro?
song
What about
and
the
that
Thriller
song.
album? You can play that Thriller album all the way through.
Okay. I'm just telling you, in general. I like songs from here and there, and it's not always the same people.
I went Boys to Men, Cooley High Harmony.
Yeah, boy, I was just thinking about that. I don't think I've ever heard it.
I pulled this from
Philly back again.
Best of Yacht Rock, and I thought Yacht Rock was one of your genres.
Yeah, sure.
CMA 101 ESPN, the show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We've found the sweet spot where longtime TMA listeners say we talk too much sports, and longtime 101 ESPN listeners say we never talk sports, Doug. And what that does is delights everyone.
Right.
Paul Maurice, though, still delights me. I guess there's been a little backlash to him. Ryan Whitney from Spittin' Chicklets was going to get irritated by him.
Yeah.
But this is what Paul Maurice had to say after he won his second straight chalice with the Panthers last night.
It was on the ice.
This is the best team, your favorite team you've ever coached.
Well, this is a heck of a team. It's the best team I've ever coached from a talent point of view. I've got I don't know, is Anton Waldell our third line center? Because I think he's plus 20 in the playoffs. I mean, he's a brilliant young player, and if that's your third line, you're going to win a lot of games.
You said all four lines had firepower. That was proven during these playoffs.
Yeah, it's just very, very deep, for sure. It's just wonderful. So, yeah, it's a great experience. I think I've used up all my words a little bit. Okay, listen, we're all going in. We're going to do the whole podium. I'll answer all your questions. All I got to do is find my two kids, and then I'm walking off that ice and we're going.
I really liked it.
I noticed that Nicole Briscoe on SportsCenter, which I was watching this morning, Doug, 5 a.m., there's a part of me that I don't think she knew who she was interviewing. That's
happens.
Yeah. So I'm sure a producer and interns on the ice down there in Sunrise, and they just get a headset on. In this case, it was Reinhardt, and it was almost like, did you know that you were trying to do that? I could be off on that.
Yeah.
It could have been a bad read. It was 5 a.m. But it was specifically at the end, she started asking a couple more questions. She goes, yeah, I'll think about it, and I'm going to get going now. And so that's what winds up happening. They want to celebrate, but they also want to accommodate.
Mm-hmm.
But then it gets to a point where maybe if you're in that spot when the Blues hoist the chalice in June of 2026, maybe it's a two-question thing, and then you go, okay, boys, go have yourself some nectar. Jackson, have you seen video of Matthew Tkachuk, the pride of Chaminade, celebrating last night in a very congested Panthers locker room? And with a song that they were all singing together. It looks like you have.
Pink Pony Club, right?
Wow.
That's their song. That was like their anthem, their Gloria.
Okay.
Doug, do you like Pink Pony Club or Gloria?
Gloria. Blues should keep playing it every time they win.
So you think the Panthers will be playing Chapel Roan and Pink Pony Club in 2026?
Probably not. I don't care what they play. I want Gloria here with each and every win.
I just disagree with you on this. Now, I want this to be clear. Respectfully, I understand where you're coming because I'm a hypocrite in that I want the Cardinals to always play Celebration from 1982 and instead of play that Six Flags song. The little bald guy in the glasses.
I liked him.
The junior soprano.
Pants a little too high.
Look like junior soprano.
Yeah. And I'm like, what are we doing in 2006? And, granted, the Cardinals are about to win the World Series. I'm there with my wife and my parents in 2011. But because I always see the glass half full, I'm focused on what song they're about to play when they win their World Championship. And then I get angry when I hear that damn Six Flags song again. What in the hell is that?
Is that Vanga Bus?
Yes.
Would there be some sort of licensing fee to play Gloria after every win?
I got the sense that Laura Branigan's estate was on board with it in 2019. I don't know about going forward, Chairman. I don't know.
Maybe she saw the chance to raise the price on them, and they decided they weren't going to pay it.
But see, I look at it as a song is synonymous with the team and that year. Now, I'm not saying that that's the way that it is because, again, Kool and the Gang, 1982, I wanted to hear it in 2006. So I'm a hypocrite with the whole thing. But I guess here's why. Celebration's been used by teams all over the place. Mm-hmm. Gloria was so unique to the 2019 Blues.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, the rarity of the song or the rarity of its use.
At the same time, the Six Flags song has only been used by the St. Louis Cardinals, parentheses, for some reason, just like the damn Red Hats.
I just thought everyone loved Gloria so much.
I agree with that.
The whole town was singing it. It just made people happy. It put you in a good spot.
Yeah.
Pink Pony Club was the Oilers song, and the Panthers were mocking them.
Oh, okay.
Wow, you don't sound like you're really going to apologize for that.
I can't. That's like... I can't get to the second level of hockey lore. I know surface level lore. I can't go any deeper than that. Sorry. Especially of non-St. Louis clubs. I care about the Blue Note, baby.
Right.
But do you?
I hope they prosper. My thought on Blues and hockey is my same on Dogs, you know? If you love it, good on you. Hope they do well. Just, not my thing.
You don't like the Blues or Dogs?
Like is not the word I would use there. I just don't want to be around.
Oh,
well, I don't want to say that about the Blues. They've always been nothing but nice.
Okay.
Great for the community. People have deep passion for them, so I'm not going to chastise.
No.
Last thing I'll do.
I would think so.
When you look like Nicole Briscoe, you cannot know what you're doing. You knuckleheads are the opposite. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
There is some truth to that. There definitely is. Players will put up with a lot from a beautiful girl asking them questions. In fact, they'll put up with just about anything.
But we're hot.
No, when we show up and ask a bad question, we're going to get nicked.
Nice question, Uggo. That's what the players would say to us.
Beautiful girl. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, sure.
It really wasn't too deep, Jackie boy. They talked about the Oilers playing it quite a bit early on. That's from the 314 Matt at Jackson for not knowing the Oilers song was Pink Pony Club.
It's on him.
Well, when you don't watch the game, it's tough to hear what they're talking about.
You didn't watch last night?
No.
What'd you watch?
Oh.
I watched the Cardinal game until its conclusion. And then I was in the middle of the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford with Brad Pitt and Casey Affleck.
Shot him in the back, right? Northfield,
Spoiler,
Minnesota?
Ruined.
Wow,
Yeah.
spoiler.
You didn't see that coming?
Guess I didn't have to finish that one.
He did.
Okay.
Good one.
Someone tell that idiot that Laura Branigan's dead. That's from the 314.
Well, that's the term estate would then assume that. I don't know what to tell you there.
I would imagine the Blues and all teams have to pay some sort of royalty fee for the music that they blare. I would think.
Might be a standing license to play music.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily song by song.
What do you think Joshua got for Boy Foy?
Not enough.
Millions.
I agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
Gloria is great for the Cup year, but let that year's team come up with a song. Gloria was organic, and that's what made it great. That's from the 314.
I kind of agree. I think being immortalized forever, like when you hear it, you just think 2019 and how awesome that was, and that will live forever. I think there's value to that. But I respect where you're coming from because everyone did love it.
Yeah.
And it was
I just
awesome.
think you could always use it. I don't think anyone would ever say, oh, there's that, we won, there's that song again. I don't think they would.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. I love it.
Yeah.
It puts me in a good headspace anytime I hear it.
Right, me too.
Whereas before, for the 35 years in between its presence on the radio in 2019, I was like, didn't really do it
Not
for
your
me.
jam.
Now it's just automatic. It's a dopamine hit, just a rush of nostalgia.
Right. And I think there is something special to the fact that that wasn't played after 2019. Like it's just in that span.
Well, I like a song when your team wins that everyone can sing, like the Cubs have Go Cubs Go or whatever the hell it is. I like that.
Jackson played the clip of Biz Nasty singing Pink Pony Club with the great one. Do not let him say that he didn't know. That's from Who's Your Daddy?
I might have one point known, but then forgot. We do a lot of this, and by this I mean talking.
Sure.
So sometimes I forget.
Oh, absolutely.
if you guys pay attention to details, you'll hear pretty much the same playlist used in all NHL rinks. That's copyright permission. That's Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA.
Why are we being talked down to so much in like the last half hour?
That's been the last 21 years.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That is coming your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45, where you can compete with the likes of our June leader, Buck Swope. That's all coming your way on the program. And, Doug, we've got the MLB trade board for the deadline. The big board is up. The top 30 players in a post-Devers trade world. The question is, how many Cardinals are on this trade board from The Athletic? Find out. Coming up next on TMA.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Panthers defeat the Oilers last night, winning the Stanley Cup. That's back-to-back Stanley Cups for the Florida Panthers. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, Matthew Tkachuk was singing this song in a packed Florida Panthers locker room last night. But the texters say he was mocking the Edmonton Oilers.
How so?
Because this is the Oilers song, and Jackson knows it, but he's acting like he doesn't.
Right. I'm a silly goose.
Is this your favorite Chapel Roan banger?
No. It's great.
This song is great?
Yeah, oh yeah. It was a banger. Hot to Go is really fun, though.
You do the thing with your arms?
Hottogo.
Okay, your taste is in your patoot.
Cut that off.
Listen, you like what you like. Some people like things,
huh?
And people don't like other things.
Right.
I used to hate this show, but then I realized all the cool kids listened to it, and now I can't get enough of it. It's kind of like getting addicted to cigarettes.
Oh.
Now, I know it harms me, but this is America, and I can do what I want. That's from the 314. I feel like that could be the new phrase for the show. It's just going to be tough to fit it on a hat or a T-shirt.
We need a Surgeon General's warning.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is, Chairman.
Unlike smoking, we won't give you lung cancer, but you could possibly get a brain tumor. I could see that happening. So listen with caution.
It definitely is dumb.
No doubt.
TMA from 7 to 11 on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You are welcome to participate in the program. Email in, and that's coming your way at about 10:50, I'll say, here on the program. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Doug, MLB Trade Deadline Big Board 1.0, top 30 players in a post-Devers trade world. It just came out this morning on The Athletic. How many members of the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals do you believe are on the Athletics' top 30 big board for the trade deadline?
Top 30. Let's say 4.
Name the players.
Ray, Arenado, Helsley, Contreras.
Wow. Look at you. Little Jackie Papers. How many names are on the Athletics' top 30 big board just unveiled this morning for the upcoming baseball trade deadline? Steven Matz acknowledged he knows it could be coming.
I'll say 3.
Chairman Kurt.
I'm going to say 4 as well, but I'm trading out Contreras for Steven Matz.
Okay. The answer? 0.
No.
Not one member of the Cardinals, because the Athletic knows the Cardinals are coming. Tra-la, tra-la. They have won 2 of 3, but there is a St.
Louisan.
On there, Jake Berger is listed, Doug. He is 21st.
Okay.
Number 1 overall, who do you think
Initials,
it is?
please.
J.D.
Jimmy Dean. Jimmy Dean Pure Pork Sausage. He's still playing?
Yes.
He never did play. J.D. Drew. Joseph Derringer. Second letter, first name, please.
A.
J. Jason
Derulo.
Third letter, please. S.
R.
Jared Diener. Fourth letter, please.
R.
Jared, I'm on something. Jared Duran? Who's that guy from the Red Sox?
That's the guy. Now, you haven't given the name.
Jaron? Is it Jaron?
Duran.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
He's number 1.
Okay.
Freddie Peralta, interestingly enough, is number 2, Brewers starter. This one makes sense to me quite a bit. Cedric Mullins, the Orioles are in disarray. That is a big disappointment with what's going on in the AL East and the Orioles. He's 3rd. We have a former Cardinal on there and a former Cy Young winner.
Alcantara?
Yeah, he's number 4.
Yeah.
But no Cardinals. Few Diamondbacks on there. Suarez, Gallen, another former Cardinal. He's at 6. Another Red Sox member, Abreu. We saw Luis Robert last night, and we'll see him the next 2 days. He's 8. Zach Eflin of the Orioles and Josh Naylor, only with a few months in Arizona after his stay in Cleveland. There is your top 10, Doug.
I wonder if the Cardinals would be interested in a guy like Luis Robert.
They were at one point.
Right-handed outfielder with enormous potential that hadn't really tapped into it, except he had one good year. He might be a guy they'd take a shot.
I was reading in Derek Gould's chat, which that's recommended reading on Mondays on the St. Louis Post-Dispatch's website, stltoday.com. A question was posed about what the Cardinal offseason would look like, and made the observation, an observation that, of course, was made on Balloon Party 2 off seasons ago with what the Cardinals were doing with their contracts. It struck me as rather obvious. They were doing a bunch of short-term risk. And my belief was the short-term risk was because of, A, the television contract, and B, what I think is, I'm going to give it a 4-star lock of a work stoppage following the 2026 season. And so, therefore, still with those 2 factors at play, it is Derek Gould's opinion that there is a good chance the Cardinals will be inactive in this coming off season as well. And I got to tell you, I don't have a problem with it. I would like to see the organization kind of time things out by hoarding prospects as much as they can. And then when these guys take your pick of, the wins, and whether it's Weatherholt, who I think will probably be moved up in the organizational chart, and some of these young pitchers following the work stoppage, the Cardinals have some capital to deploy, and away we go, and we're starting to relive 2000 through 2011 again. Hear that evil cackle?
I did. Like you're some sort of mad scientist. Well, who are the position players are going to build around?
Mason Huynh, Brendan Donovan, Herrera if he plays something.
Mm-hmm.
Possible. Sometimes he looks like he does.
Yeah.
As long as he's on this show, he gets a boost.
Not exactly like the guys they had in the early 2000s, though.
Mason Huynh, this dude be bussin'.
I know he's bussin'.
Jackson's giving me the rap sign. It's like weather's got the 5-day coming up, and I got to shut down the sportscast. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to CMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 100 West Dental's online at 100westdental.com. Use my name. Get $1,000 off Invisalign with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. 100westdental.com. They're located on Manchester in Baldwin. You don't even need to pick up the phone and call them to schedule an appointment. Just go online, open up that calendar, and in you go to the time that works for you. I have been to those 100 West Dental offices. Super impressive. The technology is second to none. The office does not look like the stereotypical dentist office. It's all new technology, all new design. It's 100 West Dental. You got to get in and see the dentist. I know it's something that people don't necessarily want to do, but dental health impacts the overall body's health. Make sure your teeth are checked up with 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. That is 100westdental.com. You can always go back and podcast the program. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. You can go back and listen to it on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. All of that is there for you on both the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. JCPenney chat support wants to know who submitted emails today, Doug. Well, you're going to find out the answer, JCPenney chat support, in a matter of moments here on TMA. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that coming up on the program. BK and Ferrario coming up at 11 o'clock. And little Jackie Papers and I. Doug, we're going to get together at 11:15. YouTube.com/TMASTL for the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Questions from the audience. But questions really is too specific. We welcome questions, of course, but we also welcome hate mail.
Yep.
We welcome little anecdotes, erotic or otherwise, and we welcome constructive or just hate-filled criticism at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. Comments are welcome, too. That's coming your way at 11:15, and that is how you can get involved in that program. And you can watch it at 11:15 at youtube.com/TMASTL. Do you send notifications for when the show goes live on your YouTube feed?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you really? That's awesome.
In burst emails. And I love to get the hateful text and emails and texts sent directly to me. And people really rip me. Really a treat.
You probably don't get much hate mail, hate comments.
Oh, sure I do.
Was that right?
Sure. Yeah.
I feel like you're folksy. You're too folksy to get hate mail.
No, I get plenty of hate.
You are very folksy.
Plenty of hate.
How does it get sent to you? Because you can't get to your emails. So
a lot of it on here. Most of it here. Yeah, I get an occasional email or something hating my guts.
Well, isn't it nice?
It's just funny. Could not possibly bother me any less.
Sounds like you're pretty irritated.
Makes me laugh, actually.
Well, we'll read ours coming up at 11:15. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Coming up, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight, 6:40 p.m. first pitch against the White Sox. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Buck Swope leading the month of June. Before we do, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent. Doug, he came in on Monday and told the story of an unfortunate tee shot that he didn't catch during a shootout on Saturday, and it went approximately 20 feet into a flower bed with a gallery watching.
He wilted. That's what happened.
But he owned it, and the next time he's in that position, it's going to go 320 carry, tight right to left, ball flight. James Carlton's my insurance agent, has been for the last 6 years. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call him. Somebody's going to talk to you live in the office in Webster Groves at 314-961-4800. Don't believe me? That's fine. Check out the 425 five-star reviews on Google. That speaks to the customer service and people having their money saved by working with James Carlton. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I think this didn't make it in early enough on Monday, so here we go again. Hey there, boys. After being sick from getting some sickness from one of the South City soccer moms who enjoyed my company last week, she probably got the sickness from one of her crotch goblins?
No.
And passed it on to me. I'm finally feeling better, though, and can think about things again. Had a weird dream where Doug was the dad I never had. In the dream, while he still gave me cigarette burns for missing easy putts, he at least let me drink the remainder of his fairway Busch Lights that had backwashing cigarette butts in them, just like my real dad did when I was a kid swimming in our pool. Thanks, Doug, for helping me sleep through the night with a great dream of a dad that somehow was still better than my own. That's from your friendly South City stag drinker.
Friendly South City stag drinker.
Is that a golf dad tactic that you burn your child with cigarette butts?
You don't make the three-footers.
You don't make the three-footer?
Yeah. You gotta stay sharp out there.
Oh, you're gonna learn. Oh, you're gonna learn. I don't know about this. The second one that's in here.
Oh no. Was there no filter?
I filtered most of it today, so that's on me.
Hey, Tim, Tank here again. The ink is dry on the deal with Mark's Mulch and Bra Shop. The terms are net $120. Payment arrives in the form of 2 cracked bra mannequins, a half pallet of experimental mulch, and a VHS labeled Bras of the Ozarks Volume 3.
I've seen that one.
In return, Mark owns 12% of the show's IP, including rights to Jackson's yellow diaper photo and any segment involving elastic or azaleas. I also had to throw in 9 weekly segments titled Lifted or Layered, featuring a listener quiz. Mark wants to appear in studio for 2.5 hours, quiz callers on bra or mulch trivia, and force the losers to repot a fern while he critiques their technique naked. We also owe him bi-monthly live remotes from his gravel lot in Peevely. He'd like to rehem Cletus's girdle. Live on the air is payment. Tough negotiations, but we are back, baby. Headed over to Bandanas for some ribs to celebrate with Mark and his wife, Jose. Shoot me a Zelle if you don't mind. Told them I'd buy. That's from Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio, Doug. It's like he just closed a deal.
Big Tank Del Vecchio.
That's what we have for the design.
That's it. Oh.
Well, there was another one, but it opened up and it sounded like he was alone and pleasuring himself.
I like the first one because he's searching for a better father figure Friendly South City something or other.
Your friendly South City stag drinker.
Yeah, that's who I'm voting.
You're out of your mind. Tank.
It's Tank's time. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. Plus, he just closed a deal. Congratulations to Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. Back-to-back days of winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Jackson and I are going to be live here in 15 minutes on the TMA YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario coming up next right here on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Selvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.